COVID, right? We all witnessed COVID, and I realized I needed some more money. I needed a second way of income because I lost my job for 5 weeks. I wasn't even allowed to go in it, or I could be fined. So I was like, what am I going to do if this happens? And I need to find some extra income. So I decided to reach out to some people, some leaders, Todd being one of those, my dad. He's not here right now, but I said, I need y'all to show me what to do. I already knew the products and I knew they were great. So what we're going to do is show you both. I am going to do some extensive product training after we go through a few slides, but you see everything on the table right here? This is all going to come back to y'all other than this little corner. This little corner is mine. But from here over, we're going to do door prizes, but we're not going to do those until we get into the product training. After I talk about one, we're going to pull some tickets. You're a winner, and hopefully you'll go home with some of this stuff.
And so Kristen is, she's the health buff, and then you've got me, right? And so my background, I was a high school football coach in Alabama. I was a principal, athletic director. So I've been doing this over a decade. And when I got involved at 36 years old, I was not the walking billboard of health, okay? I was sitting behind a desk, going to a lot of ball games, eating a lot of French fries and nachos. And well, if you're an athletic person that gets around, you know the type of food they sell at these events. And that was me. And I was introduced to this, and really, I probably, Kristen, should have come for the products. But in case you don't know, people that are working in educational school systems don't break the bank. Okay, we don't make a lot of income. So what really got me to do this was the fact of making some extra money on the side as I was a principal and athletic director. But through the last decade of doing this, I've been putting these products in my body, and I'm in better shape, better health today at 46 than I was at 36 when I started this, just from using and consuming our high impact products. So you're going to learn about those today. But one of the things, Carla is someone, how long have you been using the products?
As long as me.
8 years.
We joined the stuff together.
Yeah, 8 years, but we can go around the room, and we are in just a little bit, and show you that when you put good things in your body, good results and good transformations happen. And so you're going to see, because I believe that I want to see real people having real results, not just somebody telling me about all these great results that's going to happen. So we'll get right into it. So a lot of people ask, what do you guys do? And we really do two things. We sell high quality products to consumers just like you and me, right? Just products, because we realize the day we live in, our immune system, our health, being able to lose weight, have more energy, and just live a longer lifestyle is huge, And so that's number one. That's what we do. That's our focus, is bringing high quality products to the end consumer, just like you and me, and people just using our products and having a great transformation. And we allow people, get on our products, be able to reorder our products at a discount, just like you would if you went to Costco or you went to Sam's. So, but the other thing we do is we live in a world today, and COVID has really put a lot of emphasis on this. Back in 2020, so many people went home and started working from home. And so another thing we do is we allow people to be able to not only use our products, but to become a brand ambassador, if you will, and share the products with people. And that's why Jackson, Tennessee has come on the map with our company. You're going to see we're in 75 countries around the world. But our company recently, about 2 years ago, really did something unique and started bringing brands together, standalone companies together that's got strong products. And so right now we're in a situation where if you're going through Tennessee, no one knows the name NewAge. And so for the people that says, I don't have a way to make money from home, I'd love to, I'll endorse the products, I'll use the products, but I'll also tap into being able to create an income from home. That's what we show people how to do. So, and I always put this up here because we have fun. You know, we recently, raise your hand if you, yeah. And Allison, raise your hand. And she's the queen of fun, okay?
Yes. I have to say, this is my hand.
Yeah. So don't judge us. Don't judge us. I'd like to say that's grape juice in the bottle, but it's not. Here's the here's the thing. We have fun. How many of you was with us a couple of weeks ago in Destin, Florida? So here's the thing. Destin, Florida, we decided to take everybody out on a boat and do a dolphin cruise. And Allison decided, well, might as well serve up some champagne if we're going to go out on a dolphin cruise. So luckily, nobody fell in with the dolphins. But there you go. But we have fun. We ended the night in Destin with a whiteout party, sparklers, and just had a great time. We only caught one person's hair on fire, but he's still alive. True story. True story. We're about to light them, and a guy comes up to me working at the place, and he's like, Mr. Palmer, did you get everybody to sign off like waivers on doing these sparklers? And I said, no, give me the microphone. I said, light them up. Listen, I thought we were great until somebody come over and said, somebody's hair did catch on fire. And I went, oh, God. So anyway, it was great, but we have fun. But here's the whole deal. A lot of people go, what do you do? Is it for everybody? No. Here's our whole goal. We go around the world just sharing with people products that can make a difference in their life. But we also go around the world sharing with people if they want to also be a brand partner with us, we'll lock arms with you and show you how to do this. You don't have to know. You don't have to have a background in sales. You don't have to have that. What we want to do is we want to help people just like you, because you know what? 10 years ago, that was me. 10 years ago, I was a football coach that did not want to sell, but people partnered with me and showed me how I could turn this into something special. So we're going to talk about our brands because our company has brought in a house of brands. We've got companies like Tahitian Noni that's been around 28 years that we've got a skincare company called Lucem, unbelievable. Nutrify company. We're going to talk more about these. Limu. How many of you is from the Limu tribe in here? We've got a company that came on board couple of years ago called Limu. A lot of people go, what's Limu? And I go, well, it's the company that we see weed differently. Okay? You got to laugh much. I don't have many jokes, but here's the cool thing about Limu. It's a vegetable of the sea. There's a super nutrient in seaweed called fucoidan that's unbelievable for people's health. And people's used this product for over 20 years. So it's proven, and we'll talk about that. We got companies like, how many people do we know in our family that would love, I'm one of those, right, that battles weight, right? I go around, if I start eating like I want to eat, I'm going to gain weight. I've just always struggled keeping it off. But we got companies like Slenderize that have clinical products that make a difference that people can, it's kind of like liquid discipline in a bottle. We're going to talk to you about that in just a little bit. So, well, all of our products, and Kristen's going to talk about this in more detail, are backed by science, but we're also backed with not just saying we're backed by science, but we got MDs, we got dentists, we've got a lot of people across the medical field that also back our products and go, you know what? We're testing it, we're looking at it, we're making sure we're providing the best. And we back it with a lot of standards, okay, that Kristen will talk about a little bit later, third-party verification. And we're in 75 countries. So this company is a company that's $500 million in revenue a year in 75 countries, but in places like Jackson, Tennessee, or around Tennessee, they're just hearing about us. They're just hearing the name. Most of you, before you were invited, you knew nothing, right, Brian? Had never heard the name NewAge. What in the world is NewAge? And so that gives us the ground floor opportunity to be able to share if we're willing to. So the whole goal for us is to help people look and feel just a younger version of yourself, okay? And Kristen, you want to highlight a couple of these products?
Yeah, I'm going to go into great detail whenever in a few minutes about the Renew and a few of them, but that is really, they're meant to give you cellular nutrition, okay? Give your cells what they need to thrive. Renew is one of our brand new ones. It is patent pending, going through international patents right now. And if you have not tried this yet, you are really, really missing out. You sleep better, you move better, you have more energy, you have more endurance. It is turning into one of my favorite products. And I say that about every product, actually. It's my favorite product, but it absolutely is my favorite product. And the more I actually research why you need your HGH levels to stay high, the more I'm convinced maybe I need to do 2 of these a day because I start getting obsessive about stuff. But if you haven't tried Renew, you should at least try a box next month. Get it on your auto ship. If that's what you do, you change it out. Try it for a month, and I promise you will not go back on it.
Can we bring,
Yeah.
Allison, would you mind just to... What? No, we're not letting you. Hey, tell us a little bit, just real quick, 60 seconds on Renew. Just what
Why
it's
you
been
love
for
it.
you guys.
Stand up.
I'm not doing the whole list.
Stand up and tell us. What's Renew? Tell us.
It's to you.
For me, it's helped me sleep better. I sleep good. I used to not sleep at all at night, and I would wake up several times. And the Renew helps me get a good night's sleep. I feel good. I've had more energy than I've ever had since my 20s. I feel like I can go. It's been amazing.
And here's the thing about Renew that's so powerful. How many? So I can't do all the complication. Like you put me on. I won't go into the different weight loss programs, right? Because it's like, okay, I can lose some weight on it, but I'm going to put on twice the weight when I finish getting off the program. But if you tell me 30 minutes before you go to bed, take this, it's going to make you sleep really good, and you're going to wake up refreshed, like, oh, that's just 4 ounces of water. It's just too easy. But and it tastes good. We go around the room and people are having results, with the Renew. And so we'll highlight some of these people a little bit. The next product, Kristen.
Well, that's some of the things that it does,
Yeah.
but I'm going to go into detail when we do product training more about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
So
You take this.
this is my baby right here. So let me tell you, Limu, I got started with this company like I didn't know anything, right?
Love it.
And we started selling this seaweed in a bottle. And people look at you weird when you talk to them about seaweed, but it's really, really great for your immune system. And so, Darlene, where's
That's what it
Darlene?
looks like.
Darlene, would you stand up just a second? Because we want real people that's had real results. So Darlene, up here, because we're doing a. Darlene is someone. How long did you drink Limu?
Really quick,
Okay, how many years?
6, 7, 8, something like that.
6, 7, 8 years. You drank this bottle, 2 ounces at night, 2 ounces in the morning.
Yes.
What would you say if you highlighted one thing that, because no one's making you buy it, no one's making you go to the internet, place your order, whatever, and get another bottle. So
Right.
what's it doing that you would highlight that Limu does for you?
Well, I have to say, when I started on it, I had a lot of, fatigue and sinus issues, so I can use those two. But I guess I have to say that one thing they never promoted, that was my testimony, my mom saw it and started buying it, was I went next door. I'm very clumsy. Went next door to my daughters. We lived in a duplex, and we was having a Mother's Day thing. Well, I didn't know there was a hole there, and my foot stepped up in it. Well, it turned my ankle over. I said, I'm going here. I'm fixing to push this Limu. So instead of 2 ounces in the morning and 2 ounces at night, they had x-rayed it, told me that it had sprang it, was just like that at fracturing. I started doing 3 ounces in the morning and 3 ounces at night. Within 5 days, they couldn't find that spot where it was at. The swelling was down and the pain was completely gone. Now,
Oh.
did Limu promote that? No, but that was one of my experiences. I got on there for health. I was getting older and I wanted to build my health, my immune system. But then I experienced that. So it was all the different things that I kept experiencing. And I've got a friend in Memphis, she's never quit drinking it. And she had a big tumor on her brain and she got started drinking it and she couldn't even lift her right arm after surgery. And I talked to her about the Limu and she started moving her arm and she wouldn't get up of it for nothing.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so
thank
much. Now, here's the thing. We don't heal, diagnose, treat, cure anything. But at the end of the day, when you put good nutrition in your body, you know, God intended our body to do some miraculous things. So this is just good nutrition. Limu also has great all natural. How many people you know drink energy drinks? You know, they're not very good for you. So Limu has all natural, healthy drinks, great mental focus, great clarity. So
And this does actually really.
tastes really good. Oh, and we got samples for you later. If you've never had it, we got some samples for you. You can try it and taste it out. Moa.
Yeah, Moa. He's from the Limu. I really just say Limu because that's how Todd says it. Limu. I started using Moa when it first came out, and that was probably more like 7 years ago because it wasn't one of the first products I got on, and it was actually in a bottle that looked similar to this, and it had to be refrigerated. But now it's in these little packets, so I love that it's in the packets. I ain't gonna go into more detail about Moa, but just know it's 36 superfoods condensed in a little pack. That's 36. Okay, most liquid nutritions, besides Limu and some of the other ones I've seen on the market, they're only about 2 or 3, and they're very watered down. This is going to be in a clinical amount, and you can see all the ingredients that are in it. But my favorite ingredients in it are the medicinal mushrooms. Because if you went to try to source medicinal mushrooms, you're going to spend a few $100s just trying to get those each mushrooms in the amount that you would get it in. It's going to also be naturally preserved, which is why it's in this little pouch. And that is a patented form of a preservative. It's going to be with fermentation and essential oils. And I love the fact that it's in the packets because they're literally in my car, they're in my gym bag, they're in my kitchen, they're everywhere. So when I see it, that's when I take it. And it doesn't have to be taken with food, empty stomach, or with food, it's fine. So this is this is my favorite product. I'm going to say that a few times. This is one of my favorite. This is actually my favorite one.
So let's bring up Linda. Where's Linda? Come on up. Linda's my best friend. Tommy, is that right? Let's bring up Linda. So again, it's one thing to say it. It's one thing to put out like a PDF talking about it. But how about somebody from Arkansas like Linda that's really experienced something with MOA? So Linda, would you tell us what's MOA done?
I had a weight loss surgery and it was bad. I lost 100, I gained back 125 within 3 months. I became a diabetic. And my thyroid quit, the inflammation set up. I couldn't get up, I couldn't move. I started my MOA. Within 2 weeks, there was a difference. And within 2 months, I had an ankle.
Oh, that's awesome. That is so awesome. So also, you want to bring him up?
Yes. Well, he's not in the picture.
Well, I didn't know.
It does. You kind
I'm
of
like, what better? We'll let you show your abs if you want to, right? Todd's like, I need to get the pictures of his abs. I said, let's just bring him up and get him to show everybody.
And he would.
He would. Here's the thing. Would you stand up? Would you? I mean, so Kristen, how long have? I mean, how did this happen?
This is my work. I'm gonna say he's my workout buddy, my work buddy. But Castro trains at my gym. He is a trainer there and a soccer coach at USJ. He's not on any of the pictures, but he originally liked the products. I feel like because of this one, he has a great Renew story for later, so you have to stick around. But Castro, you can come up.
Come on up, so everybody can see you in the Zoom.
Obviously, you saw Linda, and she had severe inflammation in her limbs. MOA is universal. Okay, everybody likes MOA. If you exercise a lot, it's going to help your recovery times. It's going to help get those muscles recovered. They're going to get repaired faster. It's going to get inflammation down, and that's why I use it for one, and to boost my immune system. I feel like that was your main focus.
So, she told me, hey, I saw her taking these products, and I was like, okay, Kristen, what's all this taking? Because obviously we train together, and when we train we pretty much finish on the floor. Sometimes we can't move. So our body's in pain and inflamed. So I'm like, okay. And she's going one day to the next. I'm like, dude, I'm beat up. So what are you taking? So eventually she told me, hey, this is what I take, the more. I was like, all right, sure. So what is this? And she explained me it's for the inflammation, for the pain. And now I took 2 before I came. That's my first thing that I take. And if I don't take it, I immediately feel it. Because the next day I'm dragging it. I feel like an 18-wheeler. Okay, because I literally sore, I'm in pain. So now
let me just tell what he did real quick. So we're doing a burpee challenge for the month of March. You do 100 a day, which really isn't that big of a deal. Well, you do 3,000 for the month. Okay, you do 100 a day for the month. Well, I forgot to tell him about it. I don't know why. So the 6th day I'm doing them, and he was like, you did tell me about burpee challenge. And I was like, I'm sorry. He goes, well, I'm going to catch up right now. And I was like, yeah, go ahead. He was like, I'm 600 behind. And so I thought he was just going to do like maybe 300. That's decent. He did all 600 in a row. Of course he did. And the next day worked out again. So that when he says his body is beat up and feels like an 18-wheeler, he does it to himself, but that is why. He's a little extreme.
So now to the point, I'm going to be taking the products in June a year. And now this is like they say, this is my baby. I have to take 2 a day. If I don't take them, I know that I'm like, my body's going to feel, I'm going to be dragging the next day. So now and I train daily. So if I don't take it, and when I do take it, I do feel the difference. So when somebody tells me, hey, what do you take us for? What is that thing that you take? And it's for pain inflammation, because I truly do feel it within me, that there's like, this thing works.
Thank you, Castro. Yeah. All right. The drops. Some people call them the skinny drops. Some people call them, just liquid discipline. For me, I'm like, why would you not? When you eat not great things like me, you might as well 10 minutes before you eat, drop something in your mouth and pray for hope, So let's just be honest. So, Kristen, and I look at hot chocolate. Let me say this. Hot chocolate right here. Huh? Hot chocolate right here.
Oh, perfect.
I didn't know that was there, hot chocolate. So you're going to hear from Hot Chocolate from Jackson, Tennessee, an amazing lady. Let me tell you, she stole the show in Destin, Florida. I'm like, oh my goodness. But Hot Chocolate, again, real people having real results, making a difference. I was in Oxford, Mississippi yesterday talking about Hot Chocolate, showing pictures of her results, 58 pounds in 9 weeks. Would you like to I know you're going to speak later, Hot Chocolate, but anything you'd like to say on the drops, like 10 minutes before I'm this coach. I'm like simple, right? Some people get into the science. I get into the simplicity. 10 minutes before you eat, you take there's 2 different things in here. You put them up under your tongue 10 minutes before you eat. And like, how easy is that? How easy is that? Hot Chocolate, come on up.
Oh, wow.
I can't wait to hear from you later, but.
Let me just say they work. These supplements are literally changing my life. Anybody here who I invited? Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Awesome, in the front and in the back, wonderful. If I can tell you anything, all of everybody in the room, they work. Round 1, when I first joined the business, and actually they were having this meeting that same week that I joined, I lost 13 pounds the first week, okay? I lost about, 7, because Kristen was weighing me at her gym. But I wasn't ready to give up my potato chips. And I wasn't ready to give up my slice of cake a day.
Amen.
Yeah. So I didn't look at the approved food list. I had my own approved food list. And so eventually I had proven that the products worked. My head wasn't quite right where it came to health and wellness. So I stopped taking the products. And I told Kristen, I said, I'm still pushing the products. I'm not taking them till I figure this out. When I figured out, and talking to Kristen and talking to myself, that I was addicted to sugar and carbs, and that, like Kristen said, you got to choose your everyday. Either you do this every day, or you're going to do medication every day. What's your everyday? So I decided for 9 weeks, I have not missed a day. They make life so simple for me because I was tripping last weekend. We had company. I had to choose what I ate because everything that got me to this overweight status, the drops helped me not want it anymore. I don't want sugar. Do you know what it's like not to crave sugar?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I had to have some candy or something before I went to bed, even if it was a piece of sweet gum, something when I went to bed, something throughout the day. I had to have some carbs, I had to have some chips, and to surrender to the process. That's all I did. And realize, okay, I don't want to live like this any longer. And so I take the drops 3 to 5 times a day, every day. And I take 3 other products, which she will tell you about, every single day. And my life has changed because I'm not in a struggle. So if you're in a struggle, this is your solution.
Ooh. Chris, I don't know about you, but when I hear something like that, I'm like, sign me up. I'm doing that. I'm doing that. So
He's here.
yeah, both are here.
Yeah.
Richard, come on up, buddy. Richard Hawkins.
Oh.
Miss Cooper, come on up too. Y'all both share, just, if you will, just from, 101 pounds.
Yep.
101 pounds down. And I know you can't see it great in this, but guys, like, this is a massive, noticeable difference right here when you look at 101 pounds down. Let's hear from you and Betty. Just on what this is, what the drops, what the program's meant to you.
You go first.
It's changed my mind, my way I eat and everything. It's the best product I've ever gotten to. I've been on lots of other diets. I've been in everything imaginable, and this is the only one that works and keeps it off.
Absolutely. What would you say you're down and been able to maintain, which is the bigger piece?
Now, I lost 40 pounds.
40 pounds and maintaining
I
it.
maintain it. It's been going on 2 years.
That's massive. Congratulations.
I'm glad she said maintaining, because yesterday was 3 years ago that I started the products. And so it was March 11th, all the way to New Year's, I'd lost 101 pounds. So that's 9 months. But from then I was just maintaining. And so it's been about 2.5 years I've put the weight off. And I tell a lot of my people is quit looking at the scale, look at your clothes and how you feel, because it all works together. And I didn't know I felt bad. I just knew I was lazy, fat, lazy, whatever. I wasn't hurt, nothing that, but I'm smaller than when my wife met me almost 22 years ago. And I got more energy. I feel better. Our products are great. I could talk all day. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you what it's done for me and how it's changed our lives. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Congrats. And I think the highlight, the nugget after hearing them two and what Hot Chocolate said is, what every day are you going to practice? Like I love Taco Bell. I can do that every day, but I'm also going to every day take medication, probably for high blood pressure, maybe diabetes, like different things that's going on in my life. Or I can choose good nutrition every day. and learn that lifestyle. So that's powerful.
And the main thing part, because most people get on diets and they lose it and then they find it, lose it and they find it again. I think being able to keep it off is the key here too.
We've got tons of stories, tons of before and afters of people that are using these clinical proven weight loss drops, or drops, if you will, for liquid nutrition. And at the end of the day, people always ask, why are y'all almost seem giddy about getting up on a Saturday, coming to a hotel to talk to a group of people? But we're transforming lives. Like, you know, it's like, what else, what's more beneficial? You know, how many people know family members and people around that literally are on their hands and knees praying for a solution to their issues with their health? And we get to go around and actually show back up a year later and see the difference it's making in people. So I'm moving through some of these. Richard Tuggle, you're going to see Richard, you're going to hear from Richard today. Richard, how much weight have you lost? Would you stand up for just a second? Like, you're going to hear from Richard Tuggle. He's an amazing builder in our company. Over 100 pounds of weight loss. He shows up in Destin, Florida, took off the country robe and put on, like, he looked like a college football coach when he walked on campus in Destin, Florida. I'm like, because he really truly has grabbed these products and he's transforming his life. Obviously, the business is making a drastic improvement, but his health, unbelievable. So let's talk now about Rejuvenex, Kristen.
All right, so Rejuvenex is our energy product. Okay, so we've already mentioned that we have energy, but this is a capsule, and there are tons of energy products on the market. I think $1 trillion industry, and most of them on the market are not good for you. They're unsafe. They cause your heart to race. They cause your hands to sweat. They cause your forehead to tingle, which I used to actually like that feeling. So I shouldn't even throw that in. But they're not good for you. I realized that before I found Rejuvenex, like, something's going on. This, you know, my heart's at this day. There was one day I was at the gym. I drank a new energy drink. I mean, it was like the thing. If a new energy drink came to the gym, you wanted to try it, you know. And I couldn't even drive home. I was so shaky. I had to have my dad come get me. So there's things and I was young. So imagine someone in their 40s or 50s drinking that. It's not good for you. This is a very safe product. And I think the word clean kind of gets tossed around a lot, but this one actually truly is clean. There is nothing in it but superfruits that's going to help fight free radicals. You get an antioxidant boost. You get L-theanine that's going to help you focus. You get a little hawthorn berry. You get a little chamomile, and you get a little hit of caffeine from a very good source. It's the unroasted green coffee bean. She's never even been hit with heat to make it be manipulated either. It's about as much as a cup of coffee. I take 4 every morning. Within 5 minutes of being awake, helps me be able to get together, get her things packed, and not lose my cool. I was going to say something else. And I can get going, and I have energy, and I'm focused. So it's one of my favorite products. I don't consider it like one of those products. I'm like, man, if you just really need a health fix or health transformation, you know, I love this product, and it's more of like, I think, a fun product. It's one I just really like to have. And most people, when they try it, they don't want to get off of it because you can get a whole lot done in a day just by using this product. So
my time. We're just about through. But here's what I like to tell people, because so many people's like, what's going on? What do you represent? And we look at just taking, hey, we've got a lot of brands and a lot of products, but what we want to do is get someone started, like get them through the front door of some products that really are high impact, high in demand, make a difference in people's bodies. And then from there, they can see what they want to add to their daily diet. Like you said, hot chocolate, which is unbelievable. But here's what I love the most, because most people's looking for the gotcha. Wouldn't you say we live in a skeptical society? I know I am. I'm like, what, you know, I go to buy a car and I'm like, there's got to be, they get me on something, you know? But here, think about this. Sam's Club membership, Costco membership. Like, we know that you buy memberships to get in the door of places, to be able to be exclusive, have buying rights. Well, our company is the same way. For $29.99 one time, you literally are in, right?
And you're in.
You're in. You get 15% off all of our product for life. $29.99. Somebody says, what's the gotcha? That's the gotcha. $29.99 one time, you get 15% off of all of our products for life. And here's the beauty. Not only that, we give you a mobile app to have where you've got access right from your phone, right from your smartphone, to be able to look at products, see what you want, just like Amazon, place your orders. We're able to tap you into weekly, what we call live shopping. Kind of reminds me of QVC, but basically what it is it's people that are talking about the products that you can use. You know, so many people struggle with, hormone balance. And so we might have a Wednesday where you can tap in and learn, man, what is people doing in this company to attack the problem of having, the ups and downs of days due to hormone balance. So things like that. So $29.99 gives you access to the weekly trainings and the other things. And then from there, you just simply, if a person wants to generate income with us, they just activate their account, right? So we talked to you about 5 products right here today. You just simply purchase the products you want. To activate an account is 200 points. And what that's going to do is that's going to give you 15% commissions for life. You're locked in. So that means if you refer a brand, somebody purchases from you, then you're going to make 15%. Okay. Now, we've got other ways that you can increase that. You could do 500 points and move up to 20%, or 1,000 points and move to 25%, or 1,500 points and move to 30%. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to us. You come in with 200 points, you're going to lock in not only using our products and taking part of this bundle that we believe is stepping you into better health, but you've also got an opportunity to earn commissions if you choose. And so, a lot of these people are sitting in the room today that's a part of us with us. Nobody in here does not use the products. Everybody in here is consuming and learning how to live a healthier lifestyle, Kristen. But here's what I loved when I heard about this. A lot of people go, why did you do this? I didn't want to sell. I didn't want to recruit. It wasn't high on my list. I'd lived my whole life in Florence, Alabama, if you know where that's at. 2 kids of my own, had taken twin boys in at 15 to live with us. Their mom had been incarcerated I'm sitting there and I'm going, I don't have the money, first of all, to just throw out there. But when I looked at this, it just was simple, because when I saw that all I had to do was purchase products for myself. But then I said, well, what do I do to generate commissions? And they said, hey, if you help 4 people do what you did, we've got a program in our company called Gold Status. And really where my mind went is, I don't know if I can really do this, but I believe I've got 4 people in my life that could use this just like me. 4 people that could stand to lose some weight, 4 people that have got some health challenges or opportunities, as I like to say, that these products could benefit. And so 4 was really the number for me that was like, now that I can do. I get that. And here's the next step. One of the things we just implemented in our company I love is, with 4 people, you're already earning income. You're already making some checks. So the next step is in your first 6 months. For people that want to do this with us, we just want to help you earn $3,000 in commissions. So we want to get you $3,000 in commissions in your first 6 months. And when you do that, this company is going to send you on an all-expense paid trip to Utah, where our corporate office is. We're going to take 2 of them a year, one in the winter, one in the summer. So if it's winter, like, we're going to do some amazing things in Utah, like skiing, just So there, how to do what we call optimize an income position. Because we believe at that point, the person's already made, for me, and $500 that started this. The pay has the guy we're seeing all over again, right? So this is kind of the second piece to what we try to get. First of all, we get people their for, and then we want to help them over their first 6 months earn $3,000 commissions with us. And once we're in, we're going to learn how to and that you go with us. Six-figure income, a healthy six-figure income. And so what I go back to when I first got started, and there's a lot of things you can say up here, but at the end of the day, here's what I wanted to know. What's it going to cost me? And how do I start earning money if I choose? And here, when I know that it's going to cost me $29.99 one time, and to start earning money, I can just purchase me some product. And if I, over time, could bring 4 people to the table, there's nothing to lose and everything to gain. And then from there, we're going to work with you to help you start earning income and getting to Utah to learn how to do this bigger. And so that's why we're here. So I'm slipping through right here. Here's the thing. Going back, Kristen, we've got amazing products in our company, but at the end of the day, it's just taking that first step, okay? And so that's what we're here, and we wanted to do this first part today to kind of get you into that first step. And Kristen, I believe any thoughts you've got before, we're going to take just a little quick bathroom break, give us time to mix and mingle, ask any questions you want to Hot Chocolate or Kristen or myself. But at the end of the day, we brought you here because we want you to do this with us if you're a guest. Like, find your avenue, find your lane, do it with us. And at the end of the day, we're going to help you get out of this what you want, because it's about you. It's about you. Kristen?
Yeah, I'm just going to add a little bit. I was a product lover for 8 years. I never had any interest in really working the business. It just was not something that was in my realm at the time. My tune changed last year. And I like that Brent brought up he was 36 when he started, because I was 35 or 36 this time last year. And I want to be that, I want freedom. I see his fancy trips that he takes to these beaches and still is working. That's what I want. Okay. And I truly believe this is how I'm going to get it. I don't want to be a gym owner for the next 20 years. I would love to be able to sell that off and do other things. I saw a quote the other day that said, money isn't really about money. It's about options. And that's what I want. I want to have the option to go and pick up and take my kids somewhere and still be able to work and make money. And this is what this business is going to allow me to do in the very near future. So again, I was a product lover, and sometimes that's all you want to be, is a product lover. But it's going to be real hard not to look at the money side, because once you start making changes, people want to know what you're doing.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to break for about 10 minutes, go use the restroom, but ask any questions you want to ask Kristen, Hot Chocolate, myself, anybody that brought you here. Let's get you going with us. And then when we come back, Kristen's actually going to kick us off by going through the different product lines, what makes them so special. So can't wait for that when we come back. So about 10 minutes. Thank you for your time. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming. She's like, you have. Hey, she is crazy. Listen, listen, I'm not gonna say anything. She's smart, but I mean, we'll talk about the stories a little bit. I want to know them. I didn't know if Darlene wanted to do something. Did that make sense? Or no?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good. Did that make sense? Well, I know we'd already talked about it. Yeah.
So you can say I've tried probably a lot of supplements. I tried lots of protein powders, energy drinks, recovery products, pre-workouts, you name them, I probably tried them. And then I got introduced to these products and started learning why they were different. And a lot of it is because they come with seals of approval. So I found out that a lot of the stuff I was taking, one, maybe not have even been safe. Two, whatever was in the package or on the label was actually not in the product. People are actually suing supplement companies because that they have all these products, ingredients in their products, and the stuff is actually not in there. Monster energy drink, have y'all heard of those? Okay. New York State was suing them because there was actually no creatine to be found. Okay. It's in there, but guess what? The FDA doesn't even regulate it. So there's no testing that goes into the products that says, hey, this is actually in there. They can put it on the shelf, and until someone figures it out, it can just sell. And then it can be recalled, blah, blah, blah. But it was a big deal for me spending a lot of money on supplements. And I wanted whatever my money was going to actually be there because I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get healthier. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get leaner, trying to lose weight. So I wanted my money to go where I thought it was going, but I also wanted it to be safe. So these are a few of the seals that are on the products. I'm going to show you some more. My favorite one was this one. It's the United States Pharmacopoeia seal. So that says whatever is in this has actually been third-party tested to ensure that it's there. We actually have these seals put on our products. We want them to be. It goes a long way because I go to another. I don't know if that's what I'm getting. The US say it's gone through all the standards that your pharmaceuticals would. So the labeling, the packaging, clean, that it's being in that seal. So that was a big deal for me. It also has the the big one for Casho who came up. It's the banned substance control group. So all your NFL players, your NCAA athletes, your Olympic athletes can take this stuff and they don't get flagged for a banned substance, which is important. Another reason this got me excited is we actually have doctors that make the products, y'all. That's a big deal, like MDs. Dr. Ray Strand, he is head of the Scientific Advisory Board. He's written tons of books. Kristen, there are chiropractors. We have holistic physicians. There's body that feel like but I'm gonna and I kind of went in order. Well, I went in order of the things I provide a really great transformation on the front end. Pick some of my favorites. I'm going to call some people up to just share their slender story, but before I do, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the product. It is a 2-bottle system. This is what it is. It's these 2 bottles, and it's chocolate in here. So I get to actually say it. I get to call it the body balancing product. She used to hate when I would say that because she was like, I don't care if it balances my body. I just want to know what makes me lose weight. Well, body actually balance. So I use it still. I don't use it for a weight loss product anymore. I use it because my hormones balanced. Hot flashes. I don't know why I'm 37 and get hot flashes. I also get mood swings. So my husband really likes when I use this product because if I don't, I am kind of like this. And you may have recognized that. I see him more than my husband because we work together, and it keeps me steady. So that's part of that body balancing. Okay. There's also 6 ingredients in here, or 6 or 5, that actually help detox your cells. So they're going to actually help you release fat. Your body stores toxins in your fat cells. Well, when you start losing weight, your body may not want to let go of the fat because it's going to release toxins into your system. When toxins go in your system, you feel bad. You've been on before, you're feeling bad. She started, and she told me, I've known her for about a week, and sometimes I get nervous. So she called, she said, feel, she tell, yeah,
Good morning, good evening, whatever time of day it is. When I, the Kristen was, she had informed me about everything that was supposed to take place. And so when I started the process of, and I was just not feeling well, that kind of fluid type of feeling that you get. And I called Kristen and I told her, I said, I don't feel good. And she said, that's okay. I said, that's okay. She said, yeah. Actually, what was going on, the drops were detoxing my body because I had never went through the process of trying to lose weight at all. So I was all messed up on the inside. So it was trying to clean me up to clean me up. And it all took 3 days. For the 3 days, everything was back to where the process was to do what it did.
yeah. And how many pounds are you down? How much you lost?
Right now, I'm 21. Wow. 21 pounds.
I do remember she said, I don't feel good. And I was like, I bet you have a headache. She said, yep. I said, I bet you think you have the flu. She said, yep. I said, that's so good. I said, because your body's getting rid of it. I said, give it 48 hours and then check back in. 48 hours. She said, oh, I feel great. I said, I told you, it was just going to happen. Not everybody gets sick. So don't think that that's always the case. But if you do, it is kind of normal because your body is detoxing. Okay. And what a big part of, so that's my actual favorite part of the drops is it gets your body in balance, starts detoxing you. But I would think that most people would say their favorite part of the Slenderize is that it starts changing their taste buds and it kind of cuts that sugar cord. And then it's an appetite suppressant. So that's nobody likes to be hungry, right? So it's going to make you not feel as hungry, not crave those foods you like chocolate, cake, and chips. But now her changed. And look, I like Oreos. I don't know why. It's kind of I know it's a bad junk things because they're a child, but I see an Oreo. And it's not that it doesn't still look good. It's just when I eat it, I'm like, it's just not as good as I remember. Or I don't have to have a sleeve. I might just eat one, so you can you can see it and then you step away or you don't finish your plate. Sometimes my husband, when I use them, yeah, you didn't eat that much. I'm like, I'm just not going to force feed it. I'm full. Tapped out, like I'm done, so you just find yourself eating less. The second part of the system is the accelerate. Now that's going to be your B12, your metabolism booster. It's got ashwagandha root in it, which is good for your mood. I'm actually going to talk about that more when we go to the elite. But it's going to kind of be your just mental and energy support, which complements the SlenderX, okay? And I love the fact that ours it doesn't show it up here, but it is in the perfect form of B12. Right, go to the clinic, you get your shot. I can't remember the dosage in those. No way your body can absorb all that, by the way. It's too much in a shot. It's also going to be a synthetic form of B12. It's going to be in the cyanocobalamin form of B12. So it's a synthetic vitamin that you're putting in. When you put in synthetic vitamins, your body recognizes them as foreign. Doesn't mean it might not help boost your B12 if you're deficient in it, But if you're putting in something foreign, you don't want to elicit your T cells. What's the point? That's not right. You want to put in a natural form of B12, which is what this is. It's in the methylcobalamin form. It's the natural form. It's what you find your food, find in nature. And I love the fact that you just take it 2 times a day. Take it when you eat. So when you read the instructions, you take it with your meals. I actually take mine three because it's just easier for me to grab the bottles and I don't think about it. But if you are B12 sensitive, you don't want to take it in the evening. It is in the methyl form and it's just a smaller dose. So if your body needs it, it's going to absorb it. And then if it doesn't, of course, it will excrete it because it is a water soluble vitamin. But if you get so think about this, if you get all that B12 shot, your body has so much time to use it. And then again, if it doesn't absorb it right around in that time frame, you're going to get rid of it, right? Well, you're kind of just wasting that $20 because they're about $10 to $20. But I might need it in the morning. And then let's say I use my little drop and then I go work out really hard. Well, then I've depleted it. So when I take it again, my body's it's going to get a chance to uptake it again. So I like the fact that it's spread the hour. It's definitely more cost effective if you look at it that way than the shots. Actually, I might call you back up and just to talk about the drops, if you don't mind. Just a little more detail on why they work. I've already told that you don't like it when I call them body balancing. But I already did. But she does now. So you might even talk about that. Yes. And just your revelation.
Oh, absolutely. These drops are life-changing because let me go down it increases the fat cell release. Call these drops the bully. It to release fat. And it tells your appetite not to want stuff, okay? Or even or even the plain ones, but keep peanut M&Ms in the house, okay? And my husband likes peanut M&Ms, but he doesn't have the situation with the food that I do. My husband eats 1 plate of food. It has to be in small portions and 1 plate only. So we don't have the same situations going on. So I went the other week and I said, well, you know what? It's been weeks since I've had some M&Ms. Let me grab 5 peanut M&Ms. We have a dispenser. I grabbed 5. And when I tell you, I can't explain how horrible the sugar tastes. Second thing was today, I said, oh, I'm going to myself. I try to once a week, find something that I haven't been having and have a small portion. So I had a dessert. And it was with the crust on the top and the bottom. And so, excuse me if I seem a little excited there. So I told cousin Kristen, I said, okay, I'm going to have my treat today. I'm having some cobbler all day though, but I knew something was going on with me because all day I was trying to figure what sweet treat I wanted. I said, I've never had a problem figuring that out. So I said, do I want a donut? I said, no. Do I want a slice of cake? And I was like, oh, I told my husband, no, it's too much icing. I said, oh, something's happening to me. So I said, I want a slice of sweet potato pie. So I went to Walmart to get the Patty LaBelle, but I wanted the individual. They didn't have it. So I said, well, let me get the cobbler. My husband can share that. And this is the truth. I had taken my drops. I put the cobbler in my mouth. I text cousin Kristen. I said, I don't know what this paste is in my mouth. I said, this is the most horrible, disgusting thing I've ever tasted. It's like the sugar tasted like poison in my mouth, which really it is poison. And I said, no more. This is a whole new way of living for me, to know that I'm not controlled by sugar anymore. Can the church say amen? Yes. And the energy that you get is unbelievable. But to know, even before I got here today, I had to grab something to make sure that I was putting in my body what supported my journey. And it's not just about the weight loss anymore, and I'm not gonna go into that, but the cellular nutrition, knowing that I'm creating a new body every time I consume these products, it has changed my world. These drops work. That's all I can say. They work. They are fully to your fat. Remember.
They are backed up by clinical trials, and you can find those. You can actually read the white papers on them. Sorry, I'm trying to get this back on. Almost, but I do think, correct me if I'm wrong, men was 2/3, women half. So she's above that, but that is kind of what they found in the clinical trials. It does come with an approved food list, and you can see it's very full. So whenever I talk about the drops, people, and I say approved foods list, people actually think they have to eat like a rabbit, or they only can eat like 5 different things, or they have to live in groups. That is not the case here. You get a lot of proteins, you get healthy fats, fruits. I love the fact that fruit's on there, because people ask me all the time, is fruit okay? It's so high. Fruit is good for you, okay? This is going to help you find the ones that are the lower sugar options. So they're on there, but I don't like eliminating food. I think that's unhealthy. It's why I don't like the keto diet. I think I've talked to people about that are in this room. I don't like the Atkins diet. I think when you start eliminating food groups is where your nutrient deficiencies come in. So it is very broad, lots of vegetables on there. And foods need, okay? And it does say potato chips and cake and all that kind of stuff. Richard, he's already, you can definitely show off your body, because you, and he was running on that, and he was right behind me. So like, I saw it. Just kidding. Okay. MOA. So I told you earlier, MOA is my favorite product. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There it is. I put her in somewhere too late in my PowerPoint. Again, this is kind of blown up, but you can see all the different super foods in it. If you aren't taking this, you probably at least heard of the goji berry, the acerola cherry. I'm trying to think, elderberry. Those are kind of like big superfood names. Again, my favorite ones are the medicinal mushrooms, and they're going to be the shiitake, the agaricus, the lion's mane, cordyceps, shiitake, there it is. It's actually patent. It's from Japan. Pound is more expensive than gold, so it's a very potent mushroom. What I love about mushrooms is they're all immune system balanced. So if you need the immune system boost, it's going to help boost your immune system. Pretty much everybody probably needs that right now, because we've been dealing with the pandemic. All that stuff goes around to help boost your immune system, either protect you from pathogens coming in, or if you do get them, it's going to help you start fighting them. But this is the kicker when I say balancer, immune system balancer. Autoimmune disease. People, like I know tons of people that have them. You don't have to raise your hand if you have one, but if you know someone that has one, autoimmune disease. So it's your immune system being overactive. So the medicinal mushrooms can actually help an overactive immune system kind of tone back down. So that's why people who have rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, diabetes, they actually benefit a lot from the MOA, because it's going to help things that are just kind of going a little too haywire back down. There's bergamot in it, so high cholesterol. It's going to help your LDL, is proven. And then there's biotin in it. That is a black pepper. It's going to help your body absorb all the nutrients, pouch, but also everything that you eat or everything else that you take. And my cabinet's full of more than this. So I always put MOA actually in the evenings again when I start taking my office. I do a MOA optimals together because I know there's bioprint in it and I want them to try to uptake this as much as I can. So I feel like it's like just the people who created the products, it's almost just like a perfect combination of getting your body to be able to utilize the most out of the nutrients that are put in the products. Does anybody have any questions? Because we said we were going to make this not stuffy. No? I do have pictures. This is Miss Linda's foot. You can see it. It's a little bit bigger. And I actually found another one that was posted yesterday. I don't know if this, I think it was posted in Level Up or just happens to be a Facebook friend, but this is another guy who has a MOA story. And these are his feet. They're a month apart. And you can see the inflammation. He said, all I did was add MOA in and it pulled the inflammation out of his feet. So there was another foot in there. I've already talked about it earlier. The benefits of it is increase your energy, sharpens your focus, elevates mood, kind of helps me just stay organized. Where's Carla? You have a good Rejuvenex story.
I have lots of great Rejuvenex.
Well, let's come and tell.
You want the one about me or
Both, actually.
the?
Let me give you the mic.
I'm loud enough, but Facebook may not be able to hear me. Hi, you guys. So I'll tell you first about my son. I have a son who is ADHD, and often, especially before tests, things like that, like this week is case testing or last week was case testing. So before he went to school, I gave him 2 Rejuvenex. Year ago, I was giving him 1, but he's 11 now. He's wearing men's shoes, so he just about. So I give him 2 now. They seem to help him stay calm and not be as helps him to focus and to see his track. But I also want to say that the first I started using 8 years ago when I learned of the company, and I worked nights and I worked as a waitress. So I would leave a bar an hour away from home at 3 a.m. and have to drive back roads in the middle of the night. And so Rejuvenex was like best friend, and it doesn't go away. It's still my best friend. I don't have a crash. I don't feel bad. Now because I use fantastic products and a lot of them have energy as a part of it, I get to pick and choose when I use my Rejuvenex. And for me, it's my Hulk. It's my parachute, not parachute, like that when I feel like I absolutely what I have the no pop Rejuvenex or 2 1. Sometimes before I go work out, I just do 1. And that's one of the reasons it's kept. I get to decide. I love to be in charge. So the fact that
I'm impressed you only do 1 sometimes. Thank you. Well, I always take 4. There's never too much. I take 4 Blue Frog to wash it down. You know, I like stimulants. Okay, I told you earlier, I liked the skin crawling feeling from the pre-workouts. Noni, I have a testimony because I thought an unopened one, but I didn't. So this one's actually been half drinking on. Sometimes it just goes like this because nobody else in my house drinks it but me. My husband's not allowed to have mine. If he wants his own bottle, he can get it. But so this one is mine, and it is turned every time I come up and her test. We got Noni. Everybody was like, "Oh, Noni's." I was like, "Okay, great. I don't care. I don't care about." In September, and I had to have surgery, and I was told the noni. It's helped me post-surgery. I think Todd was one of those, and it helps with it. It helps more as adaptogen. Whatever's going on in your body, noni finds it. So if you have IBS, it's going to find it and try to help your IBS. Or if you're constipated, like two different things, right? It's going to help go in and try to figure out what's going on and work on it. So I was like, okay, well, it can't hurt. I'll try it. And I had a few things removed and I started using it. You know, I was swollen. I literally drank a half a bottle because I told you I like to overdo everything. So I drank a half a bottle. I woke up. Oh my, I'm not, it's going down like to the so bad. It's not what you say. And I just said I was in 3 places, and I went to my doctor the following Monday, and I drank, I think, a bottle and a half Friday and Monday. I was really chugging. I mean, it was a pretty expensive weekend for me. You would think I had been at the bar, but I wasn't. So home drinking noni. And I went to my doctor on Monday, and like, I feel great. Working out. He was like, "Have you lost your mind?" And I was like, decision was, but like not anything inside. Like I feel better than I did a month ago. Like I had no idea everything, you know, was going on that was so bad. And he was like, "Well, you can't really hurt anything. Now, if you want to, you know, you might be uncomfortable." I was like, okay. I started working out for another 2 weeks, but I literally felt, I mean, I just walked and did some easy. And then next Friday, I was back in the gym. Casher had all this stuff, getting in cold sauna. You want to say something? Please. Oh.
Go back to what she said. Knowing like this, no tomorrow. Yes. Okay. And the next day afterwards, okay. Or flame, you look at it.
Yeah. His eyes actually went like this, but.
And after
that. 4 at a time. Huh? Zoom can't hear. You want me to do it again? Okay. Oh, we should have got you up here. He's going to come up for a renew. Okay, so that's my note. Lynn, actually, come up and tell yours, because she has a noni testimony too. And then I'm going to tell you just some key facts about the noni juice. I'm going to give her the mic.
Well, I had surgery last November, and I had met and talked with some of the Noni tribe, and he said, "I need you to try this ritual." I done a bottle a day for 4 days, half a bottle for 4 days, and then 8 ounces every day before my surgery. He said, it's like taking an IV, you flush your body, and then as your body adjusts, it takes what it needs. Well, I had my surgery. I'd go back and they'd look at my x-rays. He'd say, "That's not been very long." I'd go back. When I had my stitches out, they had to dig them out from under the skin. It had healed. He said, "I just can't believe."
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm right now, not an noni expert, okay? So I actually reached out to Tracy Turnberg and I said, he's been with noni how many years? He's tell 3 reasons we'll never quit using it. Absolutely love this product. Reason. So I'm just going to read his text. By the way, that is in tons of pictures while he was my face. So he now, but his reasons he absolutely loves to juice, okay? This is coming from him. He said Tahitian noni is a brand. Noni is a better word, but Tahitian noni is different. So if you didn't know, you can actually go look up noni juice, right? And you'll see a whole bunch of different ones. This is the stuff you need to get, okay? It is pure. You don't really know what you're, again, I said it, sometimes you don't know what you're getting when you just buy something that just says noni juice. So this is actually pure Tahitian. It's from Tahiti, okay? It's a nutrient. Again, it's, of course, when I talk to you about why I chose on earth. So control, you can on YouTube and actually see how manufactured. Array is expensive to make than fermented noni. Again, it's a difference. So sometimes you're getting. We also have all the scientific research. So if you go and you see a study done on juice, which there are a lot, by the way, I would say are thousands and thousands on PubMed. They're always going to be from this bottle, none of the other kind. It's always from this. Okay, so that's very important when you start talking about the research of noni juice. It's constipation to be fixed. Okay.
So Tracy was in Tahiti, so I told Tracy, I spoke with him last night, and I said, do us a video because we're going to be in Jackson, Tennessee. So we got the video. It's like super short, 30 seconds or so from Tracy from Tahiti. Our company just launched a program to where we all on Monday night will learn how we can qualify for an all expense paid trip to Tahiti where they're at. So they're on location mapping out this trip to Tahiti. And Todd's upset that he's not with them. No, I'm kidding. He's not upset.
Everybody. And sharing with you all there in Tennessee. I'm not. Absolutely incredible place. That is the island of Morea. We're heading over there today for a little bit more of a leisure day. But we've been meeting with harvesters and pickers and people in the community. Meeting with the mayor, the president of Brent to strengthen our relationship with this incredible place. See, we take the noni fruit. This is where the noni fruit comes from. And it is absolutely the most amazing place that you'll ever visit. I've been blessed to travel the world. And I tell you, there's no place like Tahiti. When you get here, on the table for people here who are changing their lives. Just their lives. They don't sell the juice; they just pick the fruit, and it's an absolutely incredible thing for us to be able to have. And so, as we sit here in Brent, we'll be coming home shortly. We
If you didn't, if some of you have not burned, that is, I also drink a Blue Frog a day. I told you I really like caffeine. But my burn is what I fast with. So I work out and then a few hours later, when I open a burn. Now, if you haven't tried one yet, I kind of consider it an energy drink, married a protein shake, and had a baby. And that's what this is. So you get some caffeine, natural caffeine, you get collagen protein, you get a full vitamin panel. So you get your vitamins, minerals, you also get flacoidin. We talked about that earlier. That's in the 5X, it's that seaweed. And so you're getting things that are good for you, but they're put into an energy drink. I use it as a meal replacement. I start drinking this around 11 most. I don't get hungry. I will not be hungry till about 3 o'clock. I actually calling you every time. I talked to her literally. Because it's not that I just sometimes don't have time to eat. So rappers are, I have to say, my dad says I have the messiest on the planet. I do. And there's probably like 5 of these bottles in the floorboard. Instead of wrappers, they're jingle and jangle. And then when I get about 8, I will go clean my car out. But it's grab, drink. I'm getting a bunch of my nutrients and I also get my protein. And then I get, again, another little caffeine. So you're going to she'll tell why she loves it too.
Well, in my work, I'm at, I still work full time and I do that. And so 5 days a week, I'm in mental health, but 3 days a week, I'm in my office. So that's when I have my salad and I take salmon on it or something like that. And that's when I break my fast, is at noon on those 3 days. But on Wednesdays and Fridays, I go to an elementary school to work with kids that are our clients, so they don't have to come to me. And I start as soon as I get to school, and I see them every 30 minutes, just back to back. There is no time to eat. And sometimes and I intermittent fast because I use the drops, and I take my drops on an empty stomach when my stomach growls. So I'm good until about 1 o'clock on those days. Sometimes 1:30, and sometimes it's 2 when I leave the school and I realize I haven't eaten, but I've got a burn in my bag. And so I grab my burn. If I'm hungry at 12:30 or 1 at the school, I can grab it. I don't have a chance to sit down and get a plate full of food or fix something there because I'm in someone's school setting, and that's not, I have a different room wherever I go and different rooms in different schools. So burn gets me through sometimes until we have dinner at 5 or 6 o'clock. And it's an amazing product. Sometimes I have to follow it with a Blue Frog to get me through, but with the drops, and then I just hit a burn on those 2 days a week. And sometimes on a Saturday when I don't want to take time to stop and eat, or we're busy, we take them with us when we travel. So we don't want to have to stop and eat some kind of junk fast food. We grab a burn, and that gets us through until we can get a decent meal. So yeah, it's great. I like them better over ice because I'm one of those people that I like my crushed ice, and then I just eat them day or the rest of the afternoon. So, yeah,
I've not tried it over ice. I drink them hot. I drink them cold. To get it. But it is super convenient. It is one of my favorite products now. And it does help with curbing those appetites. So now we get to move on to Renew. Who's been trying Renew? Because I'm going to call on a few people for this one, okay? My dad is not here. Yes. things that 30 minutes before bed. That is the thing I started. I would wake up a few times in the middle of the night. This me from doing that. I would sleep. I went to bed to the morning with, and I just wake up feeling refreshed. I will say, I did. Who's experienced the dreams? Like, I mean, I remember my dreams when I wake up. I'm like, oh, where did that come from? I have to even tell one. Y'all know my dad's the business guy. He's always been my whole life. And I dreamed he did a bad business deal in Iraq. I don't know if I had watched TV. I had no idea. But either way, terrorists were after us. And we were in my house. I had an automatic weapon on my back. I had the black under my eyes. And we were. And is that what there was? Awesome. I was carrying automatic weapons. But then I had one. Yeah. If it's up, I'm going to tell you what's important. So it helps with generation. You quit producing HGH. So if you can see the timeline, you're going to be peaking around 20. You see it's going to start going down. So I'm kind of here. I'm still, but after age 50, it really starts to significantly drop, which is why I think women that I train that are in their 50s and 60s tell me they don't sleep good. Okay. A lot of them also report they have a low sex drive. H responsible for that too. Body fat. This product, you hit age 50, it's going to start going down. So this aging, we're all going to get old. Some things can naturally boost HGH. What this product does, it has ingredients in it that actually go in there. Tell your pituitary to, hey, start producing this. We hear HGH products on the market, right? Most of them are synthetic HGH. That is not what this is. So I want to make sure people know that. I've been asked that. You're doing HGH, Kristen? Like, no, I'm not. I'm taking something that naturally boosts my own. I'm not putting anything in my body that's not, that's a hormone. Okay, so that's not what this is. It is something that's going to actually help the body start it. Bring you back up because he's now really upset. He gets really obsessed with things. He's gotten really obsessed with Renew. I'm going to bring him up. Just has a good story. Does any Jeer? Yeah. Oh, it was coming to me. I remember. You can tell yours too. Because this is a product. This is a product ending. There's like it on. It is going to have a professional that I've been doing. I kept the mic in just a second. I have to tell this. He got on Renew about a week and a half ago, and I talked to him 2 days ago. I was like, I always try to check on people that start new products. I'm like, how's the Renew going? You notice anything different? He was like, I don't know what that stuff is, but it is amazing. He said, I sleep good. He's like, and I'm not tired. This guy cycles like 400 miles a week. Okay. He's extremist on cycling. And he said, not only that, my coach, all of his, so he has a Garmin, all of his exercising gets synced over to his coach. Okay. Every time he exercises or does a bike ride, it gets synced over. His coach sees the results, everything out. His coach called him and said, what have you been doing different? You're you're getting better throughout the week, when normally he would be going opposite way. He was like, it is the only thing I can attribute to making me better. Like, I'm just not tired. My stamina, my endurance is better. So his coach noticed it in his charts. And he was like, it's got to be that stuff. Like, I can't run out of it. You know what I mean? So that's his story. That's just coming from an athletic part. I'm going to give Jerry to tell his.
Pastor needs to come up. He's
Oh,
gonna tell us
Pastor, you
that.
can come up too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this was, the sleep was really good, and PG, yeah, absolutely. I'll be good. I'll be good. The sleep was really not the time that we got it at the convention. I didn't get 100 yards out of the facility, and we stopped at a restaurant. I had one right then, and then I got back and said, "Ooh." I mean, I was like a rotisserie chicken. I slept 2 hours and woke up, but boom. But so, we do these, we're a Zoom company, Zoom. So TV on my wall, and I these Zooms, and I keep looking up, and I say, something's just looking different. It just keeps looking wrong. Something, it's just weird. So anyway, I was taking a shower and combed my hair. I said, something's wrong. What it is, but it's just, I just couldn't put my finger on it. And Alex was up here at Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen eating, and I went to the bar, I guess, and got a drink, came back over, and she's looking at me, and I thought I had food on my face. But she said, something's different. I said, what? And she says, your hair is darker. And I don't know if it is. I mean, it's not getting darker. It's just not as gray. I don't know how to explain that, but on the Zooms, I look like I got a black mohawk right down the middle. So, but anyway.
Oh, I see it.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Like this all over. But it's
hey,
that's two. And Deanna, you're going to take one. MS or had MS attack, so she has some nerve damage, and so she's weak and her drags a foot. I don't know what they call that, but I got her on the Renew because I really wasn't. We tried stem cell, we tried a lot of things, the MOA and the Renew, and she's on a walker. I get things, and she'll, not knowing, not paying attention, she'll stop that walker and she'll go grab something, walk it over to me, and then go back and get her walker, and then do this right here for a while. So if she's not thinking about it, I see strength coming back that wasn't there before. So I'm just tickled over that.
that's awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so when it came out, I wanted to try as well. I went to Destin, and Deanna was playing in it when she was at night. She was talking about Renew. So she said, if you train a lot, which we do a lot, you should be taking it 2 times a day. So actually just took it 10 minutes ago. The first time that I took it, and the more I take it, I'll be with Jerry there, keep it PG. Let's just say, oh, my body feels different, more rejuvenated, because I'm training hard, so just keep it there. But it's definitely, I can tell, the word, because it's the cellular nutrition. We conscious of what we eat, but it's the Renew stuff is obviously we can cure or say, hey, fix this. But for me, I can tell it is helping me and healing me from the inside out. Because now I'm taking 2 and I can begin, because I'm training even more. I actually just registered for a marathon that I'm going to run in 3 weeks. Okay, so, and I'm still doing my burpees, and I'm still doing the training with her that she prescribes at the gym. But I can tell that I'm keeping myself, I don't beat up. Right, so now I'm consistently taking the Renew, going back to there. Oh, hello. Okay, so I am definitely, I can see the difference when I fall asleep and I wake up, because usually my time of waking up is 4 a.m., right? And from Monday to Saturday. And when I wake up, I don't feel exhausted. I don't feel drained. I was taking everything else, but then now I'm adding the Renew. I'm like, I'm okay. I'm okay if I get 5 hours of sleep or even 4. I'm like, and you? At first, I was like, I'm going to take it. Let's see how it feels. But now every time I wake up, I'm like, this work.
Experience, because it's pretty she started out, just so you know, with the transformation pack, she's using MOA and sometimes Juvenex. Thing.
Okay. Renew has been amazing for me because I used to wake up and watch the clock all night. I would wake up and 30 and say, okay, wow. I should be sleeping. I'm out. And this is the other part. When I wake up, focus and an energy that's unbelievable. I'm just ready to go into the day. I've never been one to wake up slowly, like, you know, we got that coffee. I've never been that person. But I didn't feel like this. I would wake up tired from waking up all. And the other thing it which does and all that too, the burn and the renew. And I'm finding that that's what's helping me continue to lose almost a pound a day. Putting in my body somehow attached to burning and cellular nutrition.
I'm gonna do a door prize real quick because the next one is a leak. The same. All right. I don't, which you think I use almost everything every day. I actually don't use this one every single day. Do you use it every day? Any one of your favorites? Yeah, but I do love it. It's one of those I like to keep around because I drink water, but sometimes I just get tired of water. And most people, they start flavoring their water with those Crystal Light packs, right? They have artificial sugars and not what as a pet water. So it's just a water additive. Some people like swear by these and they use them every single day, and it's part of their just daily nutritional regimen. Do you do, Andrew? Oh, good. I'm gonna get to bring you up. Yeah, you go ahead and start coming up, and I'm just gonna keep talking. Use them, like I said, I keep them at the gym because I like to flavor my water. I think it makes my water taste good. It makes it easier to get down. I actually mix this with my giving greens, which I don't really like the taste of the giving. I'm gonna be honest. So greens. What it does is going to help stress level. Help feel less mood, and it is your mood, the mood food. It helps your anxiety come down, your stress come down. That's why it's so in our Slenderize The ashwagandha's in this. I'm going to pull up Vivian. This is Vivian challenge, and the first of the year to she won $500. She the elite and why she used it as her pre-workout. Gave her mental focus. She liked the taste. It was easy to carry to the gym. She put it in her water bottle. You just shake it up just like you would do a Crystal Light pack. It kept her stress levels down, and she used it as pre and post workout. It's just a lot of nutrition put into this little pack, so it's a lot better for you than Crystal Light, and it's going to flavor your water.
Well, I'll just say that I don't have the same results as that. So close, so close. But I'll tell you the mood aspect. If any of you know me at all, you know I'm slightly high strung. Todd may have seen that a time or two, just a little bit high strung. And this right here helps me more than anything. And I have created a little human. My daughter is just like me. And so we could not live in the same home without both of us on that, because it balances your hormones, helps us get along a little bit better and be a little bit calmer. So I love it. I don't miss a single day.
Perfect. And if you've never tried it, there are some in your little white bags. Add it to your water, shake it up. Tastes good. Again, it's just when I like it, it's one of those like fun products for me. But like Andrea says, she needs to use it all the time. So I keep them around just because it helps just when I don't feel like drinking plain water. And it's good for it. Huh? Oh yeah, you could mix it with your shake. Yeah, I haven't tried that yet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, please. But wait till you get your mic. Got another.
Okay, so my husband's not here, and I don't have to worry about him embarrassing him because he's got both our boys, so he doesn't have time to be zooming right now. But my husband has extreme highs and lows. That's why I'm looking at my mom. He goes, he's very intense, and then he has darker where he's a little harder to get along with and moody. And he just is. He is a little bit Jekyll and Hyde. And we've had the elite around for a while because I don't really like drinking. I mean, sometimes I just don't want water. I want something that makes taste good. So I was having the elite around, but my husband works on an oil rig and I pack all of his food and we meal prep for when he goes away for 2 weeks. And I started packing elite because he could drink it and it was something other than a soda that he didn't have to worry about exploding in the truck while he was working in the middle of, West Texas. But he started being easier to be around. And I don't see those extreme highs and extreme lows. And so I finally brought it up to him, and now we both are very aware that we believe the elite has made the difference, and him having positive mental feeling about his surroundings. I truly believe that it has made a huge impact in our relationship, in his life.
I love
it. Without a doubt.
Mood food.
Mood food.
Mood food.
Without a doubt.
Thank you. I'm going to do a couple more door prizes real quick and then see if anybody has any questions, and then break. Like, do you want to roll? Three, 4, 6. Yeah. Yes. I've got enough drops, actually. We'll do all the drops since I talked about them. 8. 3, 6, 8. Woo! Well, second. I didn't talk about the optimals, but they are one of the first products I got on. They are in ounce, Whole Foods. I eat these twice a day as well. So when also one of the best products. We'll do one more, Vinali. 3-5. That'd be real trouble. Get the Vinali. Okay. You're welcome. Does anybody have roll in? Yeah. Is it an allergy one? Yeah, I figured. So the Vinali, I'm about to say it, it is one of my favorite products. And it's because I actually use it. I use 4 a night. This is personal testimony here, but I'm going to tell you why it's actually one of my favorite. It's 4 a night for inflammation. It is super anti-inflammatory. Grapeseed, vitamin C, roll of cherry. So we think vitamin C, we think of acid. To eat oranges. Okay, that shows super amount of vitamin C in here. Okay, the grape extract is from Italy, so it's going to be the best form of grape seed you can get. But grape seed's really good for your lungs. It's good for help fighting inflammation. It helps your epithelial tissue. I always say this is a good one if people have COVID and they're struggling with just that breath restriction. This is going to help get it loose. Again, we don't heal, treat, cure, diagnose anything, but that's where I get to say it. Actually, product. Asthma 3. It's everything in my high school. I remember us going to Mayo Clinic. I mean, went everywhere trying to. He couldn't. His lungs. I don't remember a time in my childhood of an inhaler here, one in his car, one in the nightstand, every drawer in the kitchen counter. I mean, they were just everywhere. It was just normal to see him take inhalers. I watched him have multiple asthma attacks. Little, I mean, just you can't read. I've never seen someone have an asthma attack. It is one of things. It's like watching fish come out of water. I mean, they literally cannot breathe. For anybody that doesn't know, I actually got introduced. But and you know, how's it go? Well, does it work in the so you take almost 10 years. Steroid shots, doesn't have to have any medicine for his asthma. Takes more than 4, but he don't care if it's keeping me out of the hospital and keeping me not using an inhaler.
And my son and daughter both commented I was pleased. And I need to say at the beginning, I was ever a smoker. And so I from all the way through. No. But I'm not a smoker, so I can't have that. And he said, well, environment does that, and secondhand smoke can do. And smoke, and I said, yes, my dad. Smoked his pack in the door. You could do that back then, way back then. And then, so I had because the doctor said I was in the nurse. He said, who said you had COPD? I will tell you, I started taking banana. And I said, well, the doctor said that. And she said, were you sick when you came in? I said, nope. I know if you have COPD, symptoms for that. If you come, and I know repeat age. And so she said, but you're still using an inhaler, right? And I said, yeah, if you want to try coming off that, that'd be okay. I haven't used it in a year. Inhalers are not really good for you, make you really hoarse. And I haven't gone back on it. Every once in a while I think, oh, do I have a little wheeze there? Maybe, because it may still be a little touch of that. But I don't use an inhaler. I have them in my products at home, but I don't use, or my medicine. I don't even feel it anymore because I need it. And I won't. I don't know that Benally did it, but I know that when I started taking Benally double dose, I wasn't. Took it off. She said, I'm taking that off your diagnosis. I will just check back with you in about a year.
Thank you. Question? Much about Sugar Stop yet. I had, hey, yes. Girl.
And you said the banana, you take 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard the word information.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. I take 4.
Okay, 4.
Now.
The adolescent says that if you have a real issue, she calls for a clinical dose 6 a day.
Yeah.
So you can buy a 3-pack that meets that.
X. Yep. Other stuff. Yep. Kind of. He asked about Sugar Stop. I'm going to be honest. Sugar Stop is not one I've tried yet. I haven't looked at. Oh. She's been using it. Why don't both of y'all come talk about Sugar Stop? Come on, Jerry. You can back up. So if you don't know, first one, they were and why you get and flip over.
I used it for the past 3. And it tastes good. It tastes or the bread. I do my Sugar Stop. And I gulp it down, eat my bread, eat my pasta, and within an hour of eating it, it will come right back out of me.
Okay, here we go.
Well, I can tell you, when I first joined, right, the first report did Netrify have a fiber product? My dad got into fiber a long time. He was on, and I knew to his weight, if you've ever watched Oz show, the most successful guy in fiber. And I asked that, and shoot me ever. And I saw Dr. Ginger at Destin the first time, and I asked, I have a fiber product, but we think one's coming down the pipe. And I was real excited. So, what is it through there to make the, because it was, and that's what fiber. The shop is a kidney bean. It also grabs fiber and absorbs up to 40% of carbs and 20% of sugar. So going somewhere, she said, you go into your aunt's house and you've got a big Sunday spray, fried biscuits, all that kind of stuff. You know, we brought a little bag with us. Take it, you know. So, yeah. If there's nothing for it to reduce, it's still just a great fiber. Just a great. I think if you want to stay away from cold cancer, I had surgery, got surgery. He takes fiber every day. I said, Jerry, I've cut on hundreds of people. I don't want to die that way. So keep that cold and clean, and you don't have that problem later on. That's what I got.
Break. If anybody needs to go, we'll come back. We're
Like, that are doing that currently. So you're going to get about 5 to 7 minutes from a number of people that come in from Arkansas and places of kind of what transpired there. And then Brent and I are both going to talk about 20, 25 minutes on the actual playbook to go do it. And we're going to, the hard stop is 3 o'clock. And Kristen's husband runs a local bar in town, and they have prepared food.
Kendria, yes, they'll be meeting us down at the Hub City Brewery, and she'll have it all set up. She may still be in here.
We'll go there. We'll stick the whole day with us.
Yeah. 5. Yeah. 5 minutes to be. Yeah. 42. This will be your mic, babe.
We've been asking
Yeah.
everybody.
I just charged. Yeah. Which even if we have, I'll find out what they charge. Like every booth, yeah. I don't just find a, even if you first season, do it. We gotta be Colorado Springs, Florida. They are gonna do it again. Yeah, they talked about Las Vegas. Cash came out. So they should. I know they're gonna do like awards. Awards thing.
This is not what she does.
I've got to take while they come in. We're putting anything on the radio.
I have that for the session.
We're not, you know, he does smoking in the morning, weight loss in the afternoon.
We've done it.
I did.
picture. Either way, you got it.
I appreciate it. I was trying to wave on that. And you're. That's right. You're at
I can't. I need to remove speaker.
Maybe listen to whatever. We're gonna get started out here. Out of the gate.
All right, I got a door prize coming for us, Noah. 355. All this. 381. Going once. You got to be in your seat. 381.
Oh, you said you got it. So don't forget.
To give that to her.
No, she's already hooked up to me.
I got it.
I'm talking.
382. There you go. All right, I'm doing one more, and then we're gonna get started. You throw it. I'll take it. 63. Woo. All right, get started. Afternoon. All right, I have the privilege to introduce the next speaker, even though she's literally talked a few times already this morning, but she's getting to really, really talk now. I met her literally almost a year ago. Her first event was in this room about a year ago. And I get to see her all the time and talk to her all the time. She's really turned into a great friend. She calls me her health mentor, but I actually look up to her so much. She's got it going on so many different levels, and she just makes me feel good. I told her today when I leave her house, like I'm just like in a mood. You know, some people's energy is there and it's contagious. And I'll be honest, some days we have to shoot. I do radio sometimes with her. And some days I'm like, I just don't know if I have the mojo to get over there and get hyped up because she's so on it. And I'm like, I got to find it in me. And then I get around, I'm like, it's there. It's like she sparks it. She makes me light up, and I leave and I'm just like in a better mood. Sometimes she doesn't even know. Sometimes I text her something and I just want her to respond to me so I can like get in a better mood about something. And she's just a wonderful lady. great businesswoman. She's obviously very driven. She's lost a substantial amount of weight. So when she puts her mind to something, she really knows what to do. She goes for it. And so it's my privilege to
Business was, I had tried a weight loss product almost 10 years ago. Certainly was not trying to get back into that system, but I thought maybe it was a possibility. So I just started saying yes. She said, there's Kristen doing white this fitness. Have you heard of that? I said, no. She said, well, I want you to meet with her. And I'm just a robot. I'm thinking, and I do another business. You business, right? Don't looking for a business. Exactly. That I'll be 50 next month and sit down and do life, what I want to do and what I want to do. So well, maybe it'll be another stream. No. So I met with Kristen, and here comes Uncle Chris. And I didn't think anything of it. I thought he was there to meet me. I didn't know he was there for the sauna. And he sat down with me. I went into her gym, and she told me stuff I never. There's a synthetic of had never wellness product and came live. And with these vanilla people. Really? I said, and I'm the only chocolate person around. And if I start crying, I may not know what's going on. But I was overwhelmed and I said, gosh, in 51 years, I've never wanted to cry over hearing about wellness products. And so I signed up, didn't understand what I was signed up for. But I said yes to a pop. And I said, I heard cousin, didn't understand it. I called my personal assistant, Burl. Went home. I said, I don't know what it is they encountered, but they said something that has changed my life, Burl. I said, I don't know what I'm stepping into, but I know it's the right place and the right time. I said, Burl, you know, wasn't looking for this. I said, but it's inflammation. She was on a cane. She barely go up and down steps. Falling all the time. She said, inflammation, hot chocolate, I'm in. Then I called someone else. And within 2 hours, 2 people had joined. I said, okay, maybe something to this. And products. But been in months with never been in a about cellular nutrition. Now everything matters to me. I'm like, I buy my little core water, buy the little water filter system. Everybody's gonna take me off my core water. But then when Uncle Chris explained to me the water filtering system, and when I heard her talk about vanilla and burn and all the stuff, I said, I have this. And I always say, I'm not one to drink stuff. If it's not good, I don't want it. And that mower doesn't taste right. But my mind wasn't right. But I'm millions in this business. It's willing. About that last night, I was telling my husband, I said, I'm just humbled that they will be so willing, just get to the next level. Because this is more than a business, it's a family. And when I walked in the same room, the same week I joined last year, and I back, and I didn't understand a lot of things, but I knew I was in the right place at the right time. My whole life is changing. My vision is expanding. I have a whole new family as a result. My whole body, pound party. When I lose pounds, I ticket. And but I see it now, you know, and I've tried times in my to lose weight. Not that was thing that was created from the earth, and the knowledge that goes with it to change my life. So guests who've come today is my first meeting. Most of them are my friends, but it says make yourself a priority, and that's what this business is teaching me to do. I thought I knew how to do that, but things in my body, I wasn't. So I guess that when or join business, you're making priority. Every time you take a more, you're making, you're we said life, but not potato chips and not sodas. I was drinking sodas and sodas. I don't even crave it anymore. Burn, I just wanted carbon now, and the burn gives me carbonation. But it also in life. I want to give this gift to everybody that I personally invited. Don't just everybody run up here at one time. Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate you all, some of the more them to in this journey. It's my bank account as well. Thank you again.
What about lady? Hey, I got to tell a funny, because it's fun. Well, it's funny to me, so I'm gonna tell it.
Sure.
So, Todd Rowland, you know, it's kind of like locker room, like we're buddies, right? And so, you know, yeah, business together, yeah, we do this, but we're really truly are friends. So first time I went to Hot Chocolate, calls me out in the dude. I didn't show up. It's for you. He said, I showed up to this lady's home, and dude, 8 of your homes would be in one of her homes. I'm like, what you saying? He said, she got you way beat on the size of her home. But here's the thing. This is what I love about this business, because it's like, it's people from all walks of life coming here, you know, and you know, I can look back following Todd Rowland over the years, and the voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars in his business, and this person in his business, and it's like, you know, you got something special when you attract quality people like to your business. And then when she's willing to up and open the invitation up to her circle of influence, it's one of those things where you go, it's kind of like Richard Branson said years ago, when you find an opportunity from somebody that's credible, you grab a hold of it and then you figure it out. And so Hot Chocolate, thank you for being a part of this team. So the next person I'm going to bring up, I got the privilege of listening to him. He's lost over 100 pounds. He's very successful in his profession. He's probably one of the most, I call it the comedy act of the company. I mean, every time he gets up here, I'm like, I could sit back 2 hours, but he's got a heart of gold. But this guy has not only had the transformation physically, he's also received the beauty, of what this company can do financially for somebody. So give it up from Arkansas, Mr. Richard Hawkins.
Yeah, it's always good to bring me up after lunch, even though they didn't feed us, right? But try to keep people awake, because that's my first slide. And I do that when I walk where I'm at. But Arkansas, home of the world's sweetest watermelon. Look at that, home of Richard Hawkins II. That I thought, hey, you're in a hole, why not? And then I was like, hey, I'm still the NewAge mule. That's a different story, but like, why would Kristen ask me? I've been in this, like I said, yesterday was 3 years since I started the products and was not going to do the business. Told Tuggle, and Chris was sitting there at the end of the table and like, I don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to know about it. It's some kind of scheme. I just want the product. I just want to feel better. I only want to lose 40 or 50 pounds. I said, if I lose any more than that, I'd look like I just had cancer and dying or something. We don't need anybody like that. But so I got the products, and in 2 weeks, I lost 12 pounds, and 3 women wanted to sign up. I'm like, so I had to go get forms, and Togo had to show me how to do it and everything, and got in there, and he showed me how I could make % or 30. I'm like, who wants 15% when you get 30? And so He said, well, if you'll put 8 people in within job, I ain't putting nobody in. I ain't doing this business. He said, well, you got 3. I'm like, well, I got 3, but I ain't telling nobody. We weren't going to tell a soul we were going to try to lose weight because we didn't know if it was going to work. You know, that's how all of us do. Like, let's get the product and wait. Let's not do the business. Heaven forbid we make a little money trying to help ourselves or somebody else. So anyway, so put those 3 in. And he said, you know, you put 8 in. I was like, no. He said, well, you know, you can bid ultimate. I'm like, well, okay. I ain't putting 8 people in. He said, you can buy up. So I ordered, we picked out a variety pack, ordered it, become ultimate. And ever since I've been getting 30% every time I put somebody in. And it's made a world of difference on that. So why would Kristen ask me to build a business? Well, I put quite a few people in. Very few want to work the business. Most of my brand partners are product users, which we love everybody. That's our thing. We love everybody no matter where you're at. So the only thing I can relate to my business is watermelon. I'm from Cave City. We grow very few things, chickens and watermelons, except my land. I grow deer and ticks, but we won't. So I'm going to talk about watermelons. I ain't going to talk about business. You can think about it how you want. So I called one of my buddies on the way over here yesterday just to make sure I had some of my facts straight. He said, yep, you're right on it. I said, okay, I'm going to talk about watermelons. He said, okay. I said, I'll holler at you later. Okay. So here you go. Beautiful watermelons. We do have these sweetest in the world. It's been competitions and we always win the sweetest watermelons. When these farmers find a place to plant, it's rough. When I started, 101 pounds, I was rough. Well, what do farmers do? They get to work. Whether it's your weight or your business, you got to get to freaking work. Get off your big or little booty. Get off the couch, talk to somebody. Don't wait till you get in a transformation. Yes, it's always great to say, oh, I've got a story. Now I can talk to people. How many stories we got in here? Tell somebody else's story. Don't be like me. Don't wait. Get after it. Get to work. Work the field. Get that field working up good and you get it perfect. You're ready now for the seeds. So you've transformed your body. If you're doing it the wrong way, you transformed your body and now you're going to talk to somebody. Here's your watermelon seeds. What do you do with them? You plant them. Well, we don't do it that way now, but in the greenhouses, that's what they do. One by one, they plant. I talked to him yesterday. He said, yeah, I was this week cold. I have to wait till next week. Watermelons may be a little late this year. We never know with the weather. But when you plant them, eventually you get a little sprout. And not every seed you plant makes a sprout. But I guarantee you one thing, you ain't going to get a sprout if you don't have a seed. If you ain't talking to nobody, you ain't going to get nothing. If they see you 100 pounds, you lost 200 pounds, if you don't talk to them, get nothing from you. So you have all kinds of different sprouts. Which one of these do you think you need to take care of the most? The newest one that's real fragile, you're trying to keep growing, or this one's really going to be producing quick. Just ahead, which one do you care about the most? All of them. Because it doesn't matter where or new they just ordered or they're just wanting to start a business, or if they're really becoming a manager, senior officer, whatever they are, you have to support them. You have to support all of them. If they're just going to be a product user, we love them because they might accidentally tell somebody and they don't want to deal with it. So they come to you and you build a business off of them. Well, then what do? You throw a little, we won't call it superfoods, but throw some super knowledge on it because you have to fertilize what you talk about, your seeds. You have to stay engaged. Well, you go along. Now you're in your greenhouse. You're about ready to plant these suckers out. Beautiful field. There you go. Roll plastic out and they plant them. They irrigate them. You get a field going really good. Weather's great. We're going to have a booming crop. Your superfoods hit the fan. So what am I talking about? This. Many a times our watermelon fields, we get rains and they can actually watch their seeds, their plants, and everything washing off in the creeks, gone. acres and acres, and here they've spent all this time in the greenhouse planting seeds, going on trying to, well, what do you do? Oh, now what I'm gonna do? All right, where's the new website? Oh, forget it. We're flooded. Our watermelons, even though it looks like it's ready, Did you know that too much water in a watermelon ruins it? So they get too much rain at once, ruins their crop. We can't stand it. We got an app that first sucked. It was awful. It's getting a lot better. It's getting a lot better. Well, we still scream and cry and belly ache, and everybody's negative. And what are you doing? You're drowning your own watermelons. So there it is. It's still drowning. Well, I'm giving up. We're done. We're done. This whole thing's going to crash. I can't build a business. It's drying out. Yeah, but look at my crop. It's horrible. It's useless. All the weeds come up, and I can't take care of it because it's muddy and everything's done. No, I'm done. I'm still down. I'm still rolling around crying because the website still ain't as good as we want. Today it ain't as good as I want. Probably won't be as good this week as I really want, but everything's a progress. These watermelons ain't growing overnight. Our website don't, our app don't, our business don't. I don't. Don't lose weight overnight like you want. You might lose a pound or two, or you might be a record-breaking weight loss person, but it takes time. Well, next thing you know, your team's like, this website sucks. I can't get product. They ordered twice. I'm done. I'm turning all my auto shifts, subscribe and saves, turn them all off. So all your team's like, I'm done. They're all just laying around. Me too. My team, we're all just gonna wait. Maybe in 6 months they'll have it where we can use it. So I'm just, whatever. Try to stay calm. I'm not quitting. I'm using it. I believe in the products. I may never make another dime. If I can afford to buy anything, I'm buying this stuff. So you're laying there, you're all for me. For me. Might as well cut my ears off. I'm not even a mule no more. But then somebody in our NewAge family makes a post, or they send you a message. They don't even know what's going on. Somebody's like, hey, lifts you up a little bit. You go, yeah, we're going to make it. We're going to be all right. I'm going to quit being an idiot. I'm going to get my ears perked up. I'm going to go again. You shake it off and you get on there. You're like, here we go. We're going to mule up again. We're going to do all we can do. In case y'all didn't, that was my granddad's favorite saying. Do all you can do. Do all you can do, because that's all a mule can do. Well, here we are. Yeah, back at it. Come on, team. You're yelling at them. So what you're back working that field again. You're working. You got to work it. You get it going again. You're like, please, weather stay good. Now your crop's even more beautiful because you went through some hard times. You worked extra. God's helped you. Your crop is booming. You start getting, now you got a crop. Well, what my buddy is, okay, you plant one seed. How many watermelons you get off that each seed? He says, you might get 10 or 12 watermelons. He said, you're lucky. He said, we tried 2 marketable melons out of one seed. He said, most time it's 1. We try to get 2. He said, yeah, it may grow those little bitty melons. You may get 10 or 12 of them. He said, you're lucky to get 2 that you can actually take and sell to somebody that's going to be good. Well, now you're down to 3 out of all those, because some of them ain't, they're going to be quitters. They're going to be negative. You're going to just be with them if they need you. Now you're down to just a couple. And those do is when they have a competition in Cave City, they always want a biggest melon. So they'll have one that they'll pluck off melons. They're like, oh, we're favoring this one. This one's going to get bigger and bigger. Sometimes those negative people, I'm here if you need me. I'm still here, but we ain't negative. We're going to take care of the ones that are growing, trying hard, keep going. And so you're going to get a beautiful melon. Next thing you know, if you stick with it long enough, you keep working, you don't get one melon and go, I'm rich. You don't sign up almost never do you sign up one person and say, oh, now I'm getting rich. No, you keep working, you keep signing up people, you get more melons, you fill up your truck. Hopefully you need 2 trucks. I mean, that's the goal. The goal is every seed you work, you plant, you fertilize, you get lots of melons. If you'll notice, the watermelon has lots of seeds in it. Look at all the seeds. That actually come from one seed. This melon come from one seed. So you don't know, you may have planted 10 acres of seeds, which who knows, I didn't even think to ask how many seeds goes in an acre. And that one seed may have put off 10 or 12 and it cut back to 2 and you only got 1. But then again, that one melon, you're one person that is really staying engaged and using products, is staying engaged, and they got more seeds. So once again, you take their seeds and you work with them and you keep them going. And then we're all happy mules, right? And so now we're all real happy. And here's my renew. Before and after, look how much darker my hair is. I just had to throw it in there. But now you can, yes, it was mostly about watermelons, but if you want to think about what I just said, our business is nothing more than growing watermelons or chickens or anything. You got to work it if you're gonna stick with it and grow it. Thank you.
Comedy Hour brought to you by Richard Hawkins today. That just summed up network marketing in watermelon from Arkansas. Because it's so true. And to bring up Todd Rowland, let me just say this. No, let me not say this. So I do got to say this about Carl. Come here, Carla. So me and Andrew Rosser was talking about this the other day. First time we ever met Carla was last year at this event. She sat right over here. We were just talking about this. Didn't say a whole lot. And she decided to actually, she's been in, how many of you know people that are at NewAge right now? At it. You're at NewAge. Like you're at it, you're using the products. But then last year she was at NewAge, she'd been using the product, but then she decided to step in it, like actually be in NewAge. Showed up to Arkansas to an event and decided to take a step. And we've watched it. And Andrew, thank you.
Technology, so but my name is Carla Box McCarthy. 31 years, and when you have an unusual name like Box, you don't get rid of it. Into it. I've been a product user for 8 years, and just I wanted more people to do something different. But that you're looking my hand. There's always things holding us back. There's always things that keep us from going after something new. I think for me, but reaching a bottom, I had kind of gotten to a bottom last year in February. I was sad. I was without my job that I had done for 7 years. Like Kristen, I'm in the fitness industry. I'm 7 formats. And in return, they make me feel healthy, make me want to work out. Because honestly, if I wasn't teaching, I didn't do that. I mean, why would I jump around if I wasn't getting paid to do it, right? So there's things that are holding you back. And for me, what caused me to want to do something different, other than just be a product user and sitting on the sidelines, was reaching a bottom. There are things that make us motivated and make us want to do well and make us want to succeed. But unfortunately, sometimes they're the same things that hold us back, right? My husband works away 2 weeks at a time. He's gone half the year. I'm a single mom. but half the year it looks like it from the outside. So I say, I don't have time. I'm keeping me busy. I don't have time. I'm basically a single mom. Did y'all see the other mom that was here that had the 2 kids? I wanted to run up and tell her, I'm so glad you're here and you can do this, because if I can do it, you can do it. And so this isn't holding me back anymore because I wanted more, right? So maybe you're thinking you don't have enough time, or maybe you're scared. Are you scared? Are you scared of doing something different that you've never done before? Because I was. I was scared I didn't measure up. I was scared that, well, I'm not the owner of a gym, a CrossFit gym that trains elite athletes. I don't have my own talk show. I'm not a chiropractor. I did before I met you, but I'm so glad you're in my life. Do I measure up to these people? That's what I was asking myself. Am I a farce? Am I an imposter? The fear was keeping me from not pushing forward. But I don't want to be scared. I'm going to do it anyway. If I don't feel like getting up out of my chair and working out, thanks to a great system of people that I get excited to see and be around, I'm going to do it anyway. When I feel like I'm scared to talk to somebody new and to create new income flow into my business, I'm going to do it anyway because it's made a difference in me. And so it's not being selfish or wrong of me to share these products that cost money with other people, but I am helping them. If they see what I see, then I'm not doing anything wrong. And if they don't, then they don't have to do it. I'm not making them do it. I'm offering them to feel what I feel and to meet all of you, right? It's a gift. So there's going to be things that get in your way. It doesn't matter. You're going to sprain your ankle. You're going to get the tummy flu. Your kid's going to get the tummy flu, or your mother-in-law's going to get cancer. It's going to happen. But if you quit because you don't feel like posting on social media and telling everybody you're too sad to do it anyway, then you're going to not be sharing the gift of what makes people feel better. Because when I do jump on, level up, and I see what you guys are doing, even if I'm having a bad day, I feel better. So what do I do then? Well, I jump on Pinterest and I find what it is that, and then I share it. And then other people comment, and it pulls me out of that funk that I was in. I did it anyway. Because the speed bump's going to happen whether you like it or not. So what would have happened if I hadn't have done it, right? Y'all'd probably all still be here, but this girl wouldn't be here. That girl would be here. And that girl was sitting in the floor crying. Y'all didn't know that because on Facebook, I fake it till I make it. I show all y'all just the shiny parts. I didn't show you the sad parts. Why would you want to know that part? But I can tell you, the sad parts go away when you put something in your body that makes you feel better naturally. I don't have to convince people that I'm in a better mood because I'm out and they see me out. They say, hey, I've been watching you on Instagram. You look great. I love what you're doing. And then I just get to tell them what I've been doing and how much better I feel. But if I had, then I would not have that story to tell. This picture was made because at 5 months in, I believed I had not had a change. And how could I possibly sell this business to anybody else if I can't be a transformation? If I didn't have a transformation, how do I sell a transformation pack? So I decided I was going to do a before and after picture, even though I didn't think. I mean, at this point, the scale said 2 pounds. Seriously, I'm 5. And at that point, the scale said 2 pounds. Can't post it on social media. Nobody cares you lost 2 pounds. What is it Crystal Vance said? Who cares? That would be a who cares post. Lost 2 pounds. Big deal. That changed things. It fit different. I felt different. I had that affirmation that what I was feeling on the inside was acting. So I did it anyway. if you imagine the person that you want to be, show up as that person, you start becoming that person. And I decided that I'm not Andrea Rosser, but I want to be somebody that other people look up to, somebody that people gravitate to. I want to be proud of me. I want my kids to be proud of me. Kristen told me, I asked her, what was I speaking today? And she told me she wanted me to transformation. Well, I started making phone calls. That wasn't exactly what I had planned to talk about. And how was I going to tell you about a transformation? Because my total transformation is 12 pounds. And I feel like 12 pounds is another one of those, so what? But then I called my husband and he said, that's not your transformation. He said, your transformation over the last years on the inside. And when your husband sees a transformation on the inside, then you say, thank you, I love you, I'll talk to you later. And you hang up the phone because he told me everything I needed to tell you was that do it anyway, because the transformation is going to be bigger than what you can even imagine right now. Jim Rohn said, your life not by chance. It gets better by change. I have bumps. I feel like I've changed. In 1 year, I've changed. 12 pounds may not be a big deal to you, but 12 pounds to me is huge. And the amount of weight that has lifted off of my life, off my shoulders, is way more than 12 pounds is ever going to measure. So, will there be challenges? Yes, but you get your chin up and your shoulders back and you take a deep breath. You have got this. There's no reason to slow down. Do it anyway. So I don't know what it is that you need to do today, whether it's you need to make phone calls to promote your business, whether it is that you need to start taking products to feel the way I feel. I don't know what got you in this room, but I'm from the bottom of my heart, what I feel for all of you is do it anyway. Oh, my, yes.
1 year. Here's what I'll say. She just, I'm like, holy smokes. And for somebody in the room today, you don't want to be here. You didn't want to be here. You got drug here. Carla somebody gave up a ticket or didn't show up to Arkansas last year. And Carla, I'm paraphrasing it, but was like, hey, here's a free ticket to an Arkansas event. And she probably deep down was like, and she showed up a year later. Amazing. Because stepping forward. So we're going to turn to Coach Todd Rowland, but I got to say this before we do. Richard Hawkins, that was an amazing example of network marketing, because a lot of people see Todd Rowland up here on a Saturday, and there's somebody in here going, why in the world this man, that's tough. He does it next Saturday, another Saturday. But what you don't see is, I think, what network marketing, the true gift that it gives you is options. And I get to see Todd Rowland working from where he wants to, when he wants to, and diving into people's lives to help them better themselves. And that's what he's doing. He's in that watermelon patch, making a difference every day for people. And so he just gets to live life on his own terms. And a lot of days I talk to him, he's on the beach and he's sending me pictures because I'm in Alabama, and he's like, it's beautiful here. I'm like, it's raining and cold here. But through the years, he's truly getting to live, him and his family, the life of time freedom and what residual income really can truly be if you're willing to be consistent and persistent. We were talking just a minute ago about weekly events. The person that's willing to do weekly events, and when the time gets tough, continue to do weekly events and weekly events, is the ones that stand on stage like a Todd Rose. Go, that's 20 plus years. I'm still enjoying the freedoms of network marketing and what residual income can be, versus the person that just lost hope along the way. So I'm excited to hear from you. Todd Rose.
Well, this is a unique audience and place for me because this is where it all began. I've got some family here that where it really all began in Mississippi. But those of you from Jackson, this is where I went to college at and where I got my first job. But I was the coach, an assistant coach up at Covington, and went to 2 state championships there. I went to semifinal state championship, beat by Melrose, Memphis, and got beat by White House out of Nashville. They kicked our butt, both of them. So we packed up and went to Fort Smith, Arkansas. I got to coach the best quarterback to ever come out of the state of Arkansas and won the championship with him. And that was my journey, like everybody else. I had my career path. I loved it. I had no complaints. There was nothing about what I was doing I didn't like. But in that same 10-year time frame, coming out of college, that I was coaching high school football, my wife and I had our first child. Then we had our second child. I don't know how it happened, but 11 months later, we had our third child. And when that third child hit the ground, my wife quit her job at a doctor's office and became a stay-at-home mom. So I've added 3 sets of diapers, insurance, all the different things. So we actually downsized. We moved into a rented house in Fort Smith, Arkansas. We had 1 car between the 2 of us. She became a stay-at-home mom, and we were one of those people living barely below that paycheck to paycheck level life. I always say, I guess it's okay to live paycheck to paycheck if you got a nice car and a nice house, but we had an ugly car and an ugly house, and bills were mounting. Went back and got my master's degree when I was over there at Arkansas. And who in here is an educator? All right, real simple math. $10,000, 2 years of my life, all my free time for 2 years, finished up. Teachers don't think about money. I thought about it, but they said, if you go get that master's degree, we're going to give you a raise. Well, they did. It amounted to $165 extra in my check. What my student loan was? $128. It was a $40 net gain every month on a master's degree. I was like, why didn't I before I did that? So I got introduced to this industry. Didn't want to do it. Wasn't opposed. Wasn't negative. I just didn't have. I don't know if anybody here's got lots of time. I just had none. I had 0 time. And I made no time commitment. I just worked it when I could. But I got paid. I was at Hot Chocolates last night. That girl can put a spread out. I went over there to eat dinner with her. I didn't know what I was going to. She had, it was unbelievable. Can't get off track because I only got 20 minutes, 18 now. But I started looking through her stuff. She's averaging $500 to $700 a week. This is like her 6th part-time, like this has no priority in her life. She runs a radio show, her and her husband own a big electrical company. Beryl can tell you she's got a million things going on. I was in town all day yesterday. I said, can you give me 15 minutes to do a little, I ain't got no time today, Todd. I'm cooking dinner for you tonight. It's like part-time, she's got an extra $2,000 a month flowing into her life in less than a year. Over and on top of what she makes in her real jobs. Who in here, an extra $2,000 a month to make a little difference at your house? I mean, it's what I call the unaccounted for money. Because see, our real jobs are the accounted for money. That pays our insurance, pays our house note, feed our kids. I guess it keeps up with inflation. I don't even know anymore. I just know when I go out to eat at desks and it's $100, my wife and I eat a hamburger and drink a Coke. It seems like it's crazy. But it's money that allows you, if you put a little time into this, to start doing some things, whether it be getting out of debt, setting aside kids' education funds, getting retirement, things that your accounted for money can't really do a lot of times. That began to happen in my life about a year into this part-time. And when that began to happen, if you've ever lived that paycheck to paycheck life before, dude, it's over. Like, mine just flips. And mine did. I had no idea what I was got to go create. I didn't want it to go. So the next year I worked it really, really hard. I was all in part-time. I had no life. Thank God I've got a good wife, because you got to have a supportive spouse. I mean, I was gone. She was raising the kids. I'd coach school by day and be in Oklahoma and Arkansas and Missouri by night, whoever would let me talk to somebody. But by doing that, my check went to, Chris Doyle can tell you, because that's how I got him in the business. It went to $30,000 my second year in the company month, which I was making about 40 as a school teacher at the time. So that was 2002. Yeah, I was making 40 a year. I made 30,000 a month in network marketing late in my second year. You're correct. Thanks for pointing that out. So I am now 51 years old. The story I just told you all occurred in 2001 and 2. You're looking at a guy who is, him and his wife, their kids are out of college, 2 in college. They have never seen their mom and dad go to work a day in their life that they can remember. I don't have a job. I live at the beach. This is not work. I'll be doing this when I'm 95. This is enjoyable. Like, if you know anything about living a long time, there's 2 things required: eat less and stay active. That's your 2 big things. There's a lot of things. That's one thing all scientists agree on. The less you eat. So this is what we do. This quit being work about 2005 or 6 for me. This is now just, heck, I don't know what it is to you, but it's like last night I got, this is why I can't lose weight. Because I set a dinner with hot chocolate. Before I set the dinner with hot chocolate, I had a dinner set with Steve and Mark, who drove in from Nashville. So I went to her house thinking I was talking to some guests, and she had a spread. So I ate like 2 pieces of salmon. It was a true food list, but it was 2 big plates. Well, then I have to party with them, and I won't be unsociable, so I order sushi and other things because that's what they're eating. So I started eating at 5 and finished at 9. I doubled up on my drops, but dadgummit, it happens to me almost every day. It ain't that I'm not trying. All right. So I thought that story wasn't even in my speech, so I've got to do in about 14 minutes to do this. And I'll start with this. My goal was to get some unaccounted for life. And when I met that goal about 18 months into it, my next goal was, I don't know if you've ever, if you've never done it, like if you get some money and you can go buy a car, like not the one you can afford, but the one you want. And you can actually go get a house, not that you can afford, but you just find one you really want and you go do it. When that happened in my life, in my 30s, after not being able to do that, like, I don't know, I just loved it. So I reset goals. I went from going from unaccounted for money, like my mentor had made $1 million a month, and I just said, heck, I won't make $1 million a month. I was all in long before I never got there, but it's still a good goal. Okay, set your goal, whatever it is. And from there, you got to make a commitment. I don't care. Kristen Doyle, can I share what you made? Her first year part-time, was it 38? A little over 30. So this is her first year in the business. Her 1099 was a little over 30,000. Listen, I was so mad at her this morning. She had nothing planned for the day. I was like, Kristen, I don't care. I'll do it all. You just got to tell me, how many hours a week do you think you work this? 5?
Yeah. I didn't work it, like he said, like if I work on it, and at night I work on it, but from 7:30 to I'm either mommy or janitor. I carpool and I swim at carpool and I'll make calls and I'll text people back while I'm sitting in the carpool line, and then I do my Zooms with people at 7:30 at night, and then the weekend.
So she has an accountability call with me twice a week. And for 15 minutes, I tell her to pick the time. She picked the time that she's in carpool line. The reason she didn't have the itinerary because it was her dad's job, and her dad got, if you don't know, her dad had to go to the emergency room today. He got a kidney stone, and that's where he's at, Chris. So I was like, Kristen, she's like, Todd, I haven't had time. I got all these things going on. The reason I tell you that is
consistent 4 or 5 hours when she can. What she does is she stays consistent with it. It's not this week and then skip 3 weeks and go again. Finds that 3, 4, 5 hours every week. So commitment. And then the process is what I'm talking about. And I got 8 minutes to do it. I do want to tell you, this is to do, and this was a whole training for me. So I do want to put this out there too. I always tell you there's 3 phases to life: spiritual, health, and physical. Any one of those phases get out of whack, you're screwed. And I'll explain it to you. You can be going to church, being the best place you've ever been spiritually. You can have, that is wrong. Physical and health are the same one. The third one's financial. I don't know how that happened. I guess I was tired when I typed this up. This should say health, physical, and this should be financial. But you can be in the great place spiritually. You can be making $1 million a year, but let your health, and it messes with the other 2 bad. Okay? You can have all the health, but you ain't to spend, y'all screwed up. You got money and health, but you messed up spiritually. You got to work on them all. And what I tell people is you got to identify that. And we all heard this, but whatever wolf you feed is the one that wins. And I don't have time to do this, but that kind of hits the spiritual side, like, where's my time going in the day? And I'll just tell you, for me, because I'll be traveling tomorrow on a Sunday, but in my car, it is only Pandora, praise and worship music, or something that's building my mind, nothing else. So that's how I do it. You find your way. Physical, which wolf you feeding? Okay, it's a choice, and it's not a choice one day. It is a choice every day. And then financial, it's our habits, which I'm getting now in my last 5 minutes, that create the difference between these 2 things. I don't have time to talk about that right now. So here's what we do in the last 5 minutes. There's 3 things to this business. We got to generate a lead to talk to somebody, customer or brand partner. We got to figure a way to recruit them into our business. And then we got to figure out how to build them, manage it. So there are lots of ways to generate a prospect. My way is I write names down on a list and physically call them. I was shut out on this event I had, because I'm from here. Luann can tell you, I had a guy coming from Mississippi. He didn't show up, probably the snow. Used to coach here, so I was trying to recruit some coaches here. I probably had about 9 coaches invited. I can show you my text. I can't be there this time, but I got several. Kristen's going to meet with 2 or 3 of them for me. They said, I'll look, but I just can't come to this. So I was all over the place recruiting. And Melody got like 14 people here, so I don't win every battle. But I make my list and I make the invitation. Social media. You're going to hear from 5 minutes from Steve in just a second how to use a TikTok or something like that to possibly generate a lead. You got to when you generate the lead, you got your contact list. You're going to call. You're going to text. You're going to message. You're going to generate it online. I don't care how you're doing it. You've got to generate a lead. I call it an income producing activity. If you don't have somebody to talk to, if making money here's a priority, you're not going to be able to do it. I don't care how many Zooms you're on. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care how many platforms you use. Until you got to show what we do, you got no chance. So you've got to either have your own story or you got to learn really good, and both work. Look, I sell weight loss all day, every day. I need to lose 30 pounds. I don't show my picture in the PowerPoint. I got thousands of pictures. I have helped thousands of people lose hundreds, and I've probably got 1,000 people on my team that have lost more than 125 pounds. I could show you, and I've got the pictures right here. Mark, nobody even talked to Mark today. Mark dropped 100 and what? 101. So there's 3 people in this room dropped 100 pounds. And I mean, you lose 50 pounds in this company, nobody even knows who your name is. So Kendra, you may have stepped out, but Kendra, develop your story. People are developing stories. Tommy and Linda, first thing they did was shrink their ankle. Then they lost the weight. Then they showed up here at this event in a new car. They leveling up on all that, which reminds me, do this real quick. Everybody in that bag's got a level up sign. I need you to take it out and wave it for me real quick. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, hurry. I need pictures for level up. There we go. wave them real good. Everybody yell real quick. Scream. Ah! All right, good enough. All right. Hot Chocolate's got her story. You heard these stories today. So if you have a story, learn how to use somebody. Like I call Richard Tuggle once every 6 weeks to make sure he has milk. Because I have a story. I don't want to get fat again. Hot Chocolate. I showed her. Her and Kristen both put product posts on their social media sites every day because I was going and pulling stuff off. I can show you all kind of stuff they do. But I went to her house last night, and at her house were 3 burned cases empty. She didn't have one to let me borrow. They was all empty. So she's a product of the product, developing her story. No, I don't have time for that. Okay. Now here's where the rubber meets the road. Check my time. I got to think. All right. This is what don't, because it's the truth. I tell you, like, if you want to go change your life part-time or full-time with unaccounted for money or a lot of money, there's some things you just got to do. It ain't going to work without it. So one is we have to take the prospect and take it into a physical presentation. I don't care if you don't want to travel, do them all from Zoom. But until you meet with somebody and you build a relationship and you invest into their lives, they are not going to do this business. I don't care if you sign up 125 people. They are not going to activate until you invest. If you notice, every leader in here will point to somebody that poured into them. And it's a pass it on business. My job is not to sign somebody. My job is to meet Steve, and in a year, we naturally become new best friends because we're like-minded, we're chasing the same thing. I got a knowledge bank he don't have, and I'm about to give him everything I got because my income rides with his income. If I suck at it, my income sucks. If I get good at pouring into Steve, my income will rise slightly, although he can go off and leave me. So I don't care if it's 2-on-1 in person or 2-on-1 on a Zoom. If I live in this town, I ride Kristen Dole, Chris Dole, and Hot Chocolate like a wet mule. Like they would not sleep if I was in their downline. Such time. You on a Zoom at this time. That time you tell me a time you can do it. And if I'm in Arkansas, I'll do it with the Tuggles or the Hawkins, whatever there. But you gotta use those people. In Brent Palmer's business, it's the best I've ever seen in network marketing in all my years, and that's not to discount anybody else. But if I was in that guy's organization, I'd have been lazy. I wouldn't have done anything. I mean, I don't do anything. Y'all watch me at all these events now. I just get to sit and flip PowerPoints because when somebody can like he's magical in all. I've had good speakers. I've had people good with people. But somehow Britt got all of it. It's like kind of like Matt Jones was in Arkansas. Somehow he was 6'7" and ran a 4.2. I don't know how that happened. Okay, the 2-on-1 live presentations. I'm just showing you. If you want to know what, that's my work. Why? And I can't not even at the time I'm eating the approved food list. When I get to Destin, I can't move because I have met every single person there in their living room, at a Starbucks. Like, I'm best friends with everybody. They don't just know who I am. Like, they don't know I've met everybody the same. So all of these people, this is Ernest right here. Ernest, I met through Sonia. Ernest and I talk on the phone every day. Why? Because he's a tennis pro and he's really good at it, but he wants residual income. So why not talk to Ernest every day? Because Ernest wants to be the next Sonia in Huntsville, Alabama. So now then, I go to Ernest, Sonia every time. I say, Ernest, what do you want to talk about today? What our account activities? Living. It's the magic. I'm not. Office meetings. This is where I live at. This is one of my local meetings. I've got like 4 or 5 local. I don't about it, but this is about 10 minutes from my house. It's called Davis Appliance. There's the owner and the lady right there and the daughter. We don't do any public. They're in their air conditioning. I mean, their refrigerating business. We just invite guests over there and do that. That's every Wednesday night. Weekly meetings. This is one where you can start getting a little structure going. I've always said a business won't build because of a weekly meeting. It'll never build without one. I've been doing it 20 years. I don't care what anybody ever tells you about online stuff. Ain't never happened. My goal in this business is to do one thing: make people money. When I find a way to make people money online, I'm going to tell you, this is a moneymaker. And Shop Live might be it, because I know Steve Taylor signed up 6,000 volume points to Shop Live on Wednesday. That may be the best thing I've ever seen so far. But anyway, the weekly meeting is real, real important. Trainings are like this, like Brent and I are going out in person, like I think it's like maybe 15 Saturdays in a row almost, to do this all over the country. But you can do a lot of training online, like Saturday Zooms, weekly Zooms, product Zooms, you name it. Okay, I'm gonna cut myself off because we got 4 people left and I want to get to it. But I will tell you, that's my ending slide. What I just went through is only work if you make it. All of those things, we're doing 2 things. We're on an ambition every day to change our life. And how are we going to change our life? I'm going to meet Hill Ballou in Northern Alabama, who I never knew before. And for me to get my life a little better, I'm going to invest in his life and see if I can get a little better. That's the reason network marketing is the greatest industry that has ever existed, because everybody is on each other's side. And if you don't understand this, even cross-line, learn how to work from a law of abundance instead of a law of scarcity. The problem ain't running out of people. Your problem is you ain't got nothing, nobody showing up at your meetings. That's your problem. You need as many people as you can possibly get from all organizations plugging into the same meeting and creating the energy, because it's the energy that makes the guests that Hot Chocolate get here today. It's the information. But energy, that's weekly meeting and big do it all. That being said, I'm bringing up for 5 minutes, Mr. Steve. I guess, how old are you? 52, almost 3. Yep, you're 1 year older. You look 5 years younger. But Steve went from a 52-year-old guy not really doing social media. He now has 25,000 followers on TikTok with nothing weight loss. He's going to tell you a couple of secrets.
Okay, guys. Being old football coaches, we always talk about process. We also talk about tools, giving players tools, different techniques, and I apply that in social media as well. So TikTok is just a tool, just like Facebook. But Facebook is very limited because usually only your friends, who you friended, sees your activity on Facebook. So it's not far reaching outside your circle of friends. But TikTok has 700 million users now of all ages. So, Todd has his process. Todd has in-person meetings. He travels. But why not have another tool in your toolbox like TikTok? Now, most people say you need to do 3-4 videos a day to get a lot of traffic. So most videos need to be under 60 seconds. A lot of the algorithms, it's called the For You page that shows up where you're showing up on people's pages as they're scrolling through on their smartphone. The videos are much shorter. So in other words, you can take 3 minutes out of a day to do 3 separate videos, or you could do 21 videos on a Saturday all at one time, save them on your phone, and post 3, 1 in the morning, 1 at lunchtime, 1 in the afternoon. Okay, you have an audience of right now growing every day of 700 million people. worldwide. So you can't go to a flea market and get 700 million people. You can't have a meeting down at Shoney's like we used to do in the olden days in multi-level marketing. We used to have weekly meetings at Shoney's. Well, maybe 10 people would show up. You know, you had a lot of promises, but on TikTok, it's wide open. So my method process on TikTok is to do these 3 or 4 videos per, and then you don't start conversating when people start asking questions. Because that would take you, you know, if you started getting a lot of questions from 24,000 followers or whatever followers you got, that's going to take a lot of time out of your day. So don't do that. You have access to your smart links in your back office. So what I do is I have a canned email, and in that email, if somebody has a question on TikTok, I always respond, can you email me at such and such address, and I will send you more info. And you can focus on Slenderize, or you can focus on all these products, but I choose the weight loss niche because, you know, that's hot. You know, a lot of people, you know, 3 out of 5 people in the United States are overweight. Anyway, so canned email on there, like link to Dr. I have my smart links if they want to further questions, all concise email and the phone number at the bottom if they want an actual call. So this is really not a follow-up. This is more of an introduction. So the video is the intro, but then you hope to get questions asked, but you don't answer those questions. But there's two types of videos outside of normal video. One is called Stitch, and one is called Duet. Stitch means you take a portion of somebody else's video, like 15 seconds of it, and then you add your take on the other 45 seconds, because you only have a 60-second window. That's what Stitch is. So, for instance, here's an example that I found a lady that was using, I think it's called Phentermine, weight loss Phentermine, like prescribed medicine that makes your heart explode. You know, that, you know, people have results with that. So I took 15 seconds of that Phentermine video and I said, why do you want to spend your money? And then I added my 45 seconds on the end. Why do you want to spend your money on this that might explode your heart, cause, you know, all these health complications, when I have a solution that's all natural, all clean, and appetite control, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not going to the doctor. It's not prescribed, and your heart's not going to explode. You say all that in 45 seconds. But evidently, Phentermine is very popular. I mean, I guess it's been around a long time. I want you to know that video went viral. It now has over 700,000 views. 700,000 views because I took 15 seconds of somebody talking about Phentermine, and then I added on 45 seconds on the end. So that's the power of TikTok. Now, some people don't like to have their face on the screen, and that's fine. You can do, there's all kinds of special effects in the video thing on TikTok. You don't have to be an IT person, but you can take pictures or 15-second videos of just the product bottles, and then you can type text messages and overlay that on top of those products, and you don't ever have to put your face on TikTok if you're afraid of, you know, if you're camera shy. But the point is, TikTok is growing by leaps and bounds, and now the competitors, which is Instagram and YouTube, have taken note. And now Instagram has a product called Reels, and YouTube has a product called Shorts. So these are TikTok related in nature. they're below 60 seconds. So now you can do your own video and you can share it on TikTok, and then you can replicate that in Reels. You don't do a second video. You take your original TikTok video and then you go to Reels, and now you're on Instagram, and then you can take that video and put it on YouTube for YouTube Shorts. It's called YouTube Shorts, which means it has to be less than 60 seconds. No, so now you just hit 3 social media platforms with one single video. You do that consistently 3 to 4 times a day, and you will get traffic. You will get questions. It's just a tool. I'm not down in the way Todd does business at all. This is an extra bonus tool. What if they want to call and ask questions? I can get Todd on the phone or a Zoom or whatever, first, because you always have pessimists, people that's pessimistic, you're going to have haters too. The more popular you get on TikTok, you're going to have haters. They're going to say, oh, he's selling snake oil or whatever. And what do? Then you start showing them before and after pictures, take that snake oil. Okay. So anyway, it's a toolbox. If anybody's got any questions afterwards or at dinner tonight or wherever we're going, if you got more questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I can give you my email and you can send me an email with the question, whatever. Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, so make sure you follow him on TikTok. You will not believe when you start watching what he's doing. Like, it's going to take you a minute.
Handle on TikTok is.
I had it up there. They all got it. Yeah, I just took it down. Okay, I'll show you again. Well, you'll have it. So there it is, right there. Right there.
Slenderized by NewAge.
Okay. All right. So sometimes people think I'm against social media. I'm not. How Steve got in the business, I sat on a dirt road in Alabama after a meeting one night for 2 hours on a 3-way call. Mark put me on there. And Steve told me the night I talked to him on the 3-way, he wanted to do all social media. He told me he needed a funnel system. I said, that sounds good, but I don't even know what a funnel system is. And all he did teach me what a funnel system was. Did I not go find you one finally? Yes. We got him a funnel system, and that's
another tool.
Yeah, that's a whole nother tool. So you know about the funnel system, he's got it and can it lead to it. But who got to the social media guy, and I'll put the social media people up on the board that are doing it, not the ones telling you how to do it. Like, he ain't got nothing for sale. He is doing this to make money in our company. That's how he does it. But Mark is a Kristen. I've got his Facebook page up there because I want you to see what he does by day. He's a big insurance company owner. He's in suburban Nashville. He's got 2 kids. Like, he has 0 time, a demanding wife ×2. But he finds his way. Mark was #1 in the state of Tennessee for I remember Chris was #1. Mark was #2 for the whole time he'd been in the company until Kristen and Melody dethroned them both. Now Kristen is #1. Melody is #2, or Sheila's #2. Yeah, they've been pushed down by these 2, Kristen and Melody. So they have showed back up. Like, it's not fun to win. It's not fun to lose, but it is fun to win. So Mark's going to give you about 5 minutes worth of tips.
All right. Hey, he asked me to talk about mindset. And as I started making notes out, man, I thought a couple of things. What you think inside your mind is what manifests out in your life, okay? So just got to remember that. What's in your mind manifests out in your life. So if you're thinking negative thoughts, guess what's going to happen in your life? You're going to attract that. The power of attraction works really well in our lives. So I would say that, and Paul talks about that in his writings, what we're going to think, what we think, we're going to think what we put in mind. There was a book wrote by a guy named James Allen in the 1700s called As a Man Thinketh. If you get a chance, go look it up and read, man. But he talks about the mind being a garden. Put a fence around it, man. Pull the weeds, cultivate the ground. It's like we talk about raising watermelon. Your thoughts and everything you do inside of you is that. So kind of having that as our base, where if you want to lose weight, make more money, whatever it is, you got to think about that. I didn't have. He asked me to do this morning or last night sometime. So, but I got a picture on my wall in my office, and it's got a couple numbers on it. One of them says $1 million on it. The next one says $83,000 a month. The next one is whatever number, but the one I look at is $2,700 a day. That's how much money I want to make. If I do that every day, 7 days a week, I make $1 million a year. So that's in my mind. I've got it posted on my wall, so I know where it's at every day. And guess what? I got a scorecard I look at every day to see how we're driving towards that number as an organization. Now, I've got 4 or 5 other income streams, and this is my wife's business by all means. And that's one of the income streams. We got rental income, we got insurance income, I got financial services income, I got health insurance income. I got it coming from different places because that's what I do. But anyway, you got to understand your why, okay? When your mindset, you got to understand why you want to be here in this room, why you want to do it. And I would tell you, whatever the first thing that pops in your head, you need to ask yourself why 7 more times to really get down. I noticed the picture you had, your kids and your husband on there, man. And there's probably some deeper whys than that if you get digging into it. And that's awesome. But that's what you got to keep on digging. You find out, because that's the day when you don't feel like making out of the phone call, looking up there and doing other things. That'll be why it makes you get up and go do what you got to do, okay? And no matter what it is, it'll make you get up. You just got to decide on how you're going to work. You need to figure that out. And guess what? There's a bunch of people that's doing it in the country, work for this or selling insurance, or whatever it is. Call them up, man. Most very successful. Look, don't they? I guarantee you they'll love to share. If they're not really successful, they don't want to share nothing with you, okay? Just understand that. People that are stingy are not really going to be successful. They may make a lot of money, they may do something, but they'll never be successful. They'll never give back more than they receive. And that's true success in my mind, okay? I told somebody today, I'm getting to the age in my life where I'm thinking about how many people can I help get where they want to be at. Because I've already got people's helping me get where I'm at, and I want to be there, and I want to give back to other people, help them get where they want to be. And that's a huge difference. That's a different mindset that most people in the world have. It's all about me. It's not about everybody else helping to where they want to be. Because Zig Ziglar always said, he says, the more people you'll get what they want, you'll get what you want in the end. So that's what you got to think about. Hard work. He didn't hit on it hard enough. Man, everything is hard in this world, okay? Everything. You don't get to be successful in anything. You don't make a lot of money without working your tail off. And if you think you're going to get rich doing anything easily, it ain't gonna happen. Or if it does, it won't last long. You know, and we've all heard the old adage, if it's easy come, it's usually easy go. Yeah. So think about this. When you think about hard work, failure is good. When do you learn the most in your life? Is when you fall flat on your face, man. You learn, holy cow, don't do it that way ever again, you know. Or hey, do whatever you gotta do, but fail. Don't be afraid to fail, man. There's nothing wrong with failure. It's when you quit is the true problem, okay? Quitting is the problem. I think Mr. Hawkins back there talked about that. Think of us lay down. That's failure to me. That is the ultimate failure when you quit. All right. Learn to fail fast. If you're gonna make a mistake, make it fast, make it quick, make it done, keep it done. Oh, hear me. Okay. You guys can hear me good, can't you? Well, I'm gonna be done in a minute or two. But but when you do have a failure, move past it. Move past it fast. Get over it fast, man. Just go on. Failure is never fatal. Just remember that. Failure is never fatal. But when you wallow in it, you can prolong it a long time. Get out of it. Move fast. Fail fast. Develop the mentality of next. What's next? What's next? What's next? Even when you have a successful day, what's next? What is next? I used to put a formula up for my agents when I trained agents to sell stuff, just like we're talking about right now. I'll put SW, 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 and then next. Some will, some won't, so what next, okay? Just understand that, man. It's just bam, bam, bam. That's your process every day. Some will, some won't, so what next, okay? Bam, bam, bam. Multiple failures leads to super success, okay? I listened to this guy named Morris Morrison. Met him a couple of times. You shaking your head, you know who I'm talking about? If you don't, go look him up, man. Awesome guy, you know. Great story, man. Talk or cry, because he's just awesome dude.
And I've got to meet, got signed books, all super guy. But man, he talks this life sometimes to get you where you want to go. Because we all get comfortable, don't we? You know, it's easy to be fat and lazy, right? That's easy, man. Go eat whatever you want, go do whatever you want, and be what you are. I was almost 400 pounds a couple of years ago, man. Now, I'm still over 300, but I'm a lot closer to my playing football weight in college than I was 100 pounds ago. So think about that. I'm going to close out on, I'm going to give you a couple of challenges. I want you to think about this. You got to think about what your core values in life are, okay? We don't talk about that a whole lot. We live it a lot, but we don't. I would challenge you to write it down. You know, like having a servant's heart. That's core value to me. Serving others is very important to me. I don't know why it is, but that's, I guess, is I like to help other people out. I want to serve other people. I find pleasure in serving other people. I think that's what God put me on this planet for. You know, they use this word integrity, which that's a great word, but I'm a country boy, so let's do the right things all the time. It doesn't matter if somebody's watching or not. You just do the right things all the time. And when you do the right things for other people, what happens? Good things come from that, right? So do the right things all the time. Even when nobody's looking or who's watching, who cares what's going on? You just do the right things. I'm going to tell you, hard work trumps anything else that you're going to come across in your life. So core value you got to have is hard work. I guarantee you, I went to school on a full scholarship, was not the best athlete that they could have found at Tennessee Tech. I wasn't. Now, I worked hard, and I worked hard, and I worked hard, and I wasn't the smartest guy on the team. I played a lot because I worked hard, and I worked hard, and I worked hard. That's the kind of things we got to do, guys. In this business, same thing. Hard work trumps everything else. There's three things I taught my son when he's growing up. He continues to do it. But one of them is reject passivity, okay? That's got to be a core value. You cannot sit around and hope something comes to you. You got to be out there hunting and fishing and gathering every day. You can't be passive about any business you're in or anything you do because it don't happen. Reject passivity in your life. Lead courageously, man. When you've got people under you or people around you, sometimes you got to grab it and go. You got to be a leader. You got to be that change motivator inside of other people sometimes. So take off and go. And finally, and my golly, this has got to be the most important thing. If you don't hear nothing else I say, you've got to expect to win. You've got to expect to win. When you go out, I guarantee you, I played on a team that went 14-0 and won a state championship when I was high school. We had 8 straight shutouts. There was no doubt in our mind when we walked on that football field and found out we was gonna kick their ass. Excuse my language. We were going. It wasn't if we were going to win or not. It's how bad we were going to beat them down and make them submit before halftime. And I guarantee you, I didn't play in a full game until the semifinals of the playoffs. That's how bad we beat everybody. We outscored our opponent almost 500 to 50 points in a season. So we rocked. But we expected to win. And guess what? When I go out to sell somebody, I don't care if I'm talking about nutritional products, insurance, life insurance, finance, I'm walking out of there with a check. I expect to win. I do not expect to lose. And that's just a different mentality that you've got to have in life. Expect to win in everything you do. It's relationships, business doings, whatever it is, expect to win. Expect to having a great reward. You know, that's what we got to do. So that's all I got. I'm sorry if I run over a little bit, but all right, man.
Brent will come up. You'll see why he's the best I've ever seen in the network marketing industry. But I meant to say 2 things. One, we are more so than money. We are a personal growth business, and then money shows up after you grow. So Carla's story today, her personal growth over the last 12 months that her husband recognized, what we really do. See that? Like we sell products to customers, but if you're going to build a business, you got to get yourself growing up so you can now help other people grow up mentally. And you do that by getting around people like Mark that been through the fire. Like I'm not a business guy. I surround myself with people like that. Like First thing I do every morning is check his Facebook post. That son of a gun can fire me up on Facebook. Brent, Mark and Brent, I'm done for the day. I go run 10 miles. And just on those two. So fill your mind and associate with. And I want to tell you that Richard Hawkins is brand new in our business. Never been in network marketing before. And when he first got started, he didn't understand our industry well. But I will tell you, my last 20 years, I just figured it out today. That watermelon story is what we do. I can't tell you how many fields flooded, and I finally get a good seed with Chris Dole in this man. And Chris Dole, he and I together, that was, I mean, like that tells me what you did. You now understand the business as well as I do. There is nothing else to learn. It's just now going and doing it. Like that was magical. That was really good. And then Richard's sponsor is Richard Toggle, and Richard is he's one of those people that you want to surround yourself with. He's kind of like Kristen and Mark. People think he's full time at this, but the dude owns like 80 rental properties, big real estate company, car lots. He's got everything. He's an entrepreneur mind. But Richard, the first thing he did is got his story. He lost 100 pounds. And then he went out and started building a business. He put about 120 people personally in his first 6 months. Him and Richard Hawkins both did. Richard, would you come share how you took that weight loss story and catapulted that into a business you didn't want to do?
Sorry about that. We'll take it home.
All right, yeah. First thing though, expect to win. I mean, Richard Hawkins is the best salesman I ever seen in my life. And he's a legend in our area. He was a salesman and a half. When he went out, he was, like you said, the check. And, you got to win in life. And that was very good, Mark. I like that. That's if anything else, if we all do that, we'll come out ahead. But also Todd, did y'all notice how quick he had those kids? Bam, bam. And we didn't even have the renew back then. I mean, really, how did you do that? I love the renew, I'm telling you. But that's amazing. Okay. But, finding leaders, brand new reps need to get 4 brand partners because you get the gold status. Well, really, I look at my organization, it all comes from 4 leaders. And 2 of them, I've got several leaders, but 2 of them started here. 2 of them came from, I've got 11 people here in the group tonight, and Wayne Wilson and Richard Hawkins is sort of the father of all of them. Now, some of them have ranked more than even, but, so you just work with a few, okay, and help them get a few. That's what we do. I just tell my story a little bit. A nurse friend of ours about 6 years ago named Tina Talbert, she called me up, been looking on Facebook, said, man, you are fat. And she's a friend of mine. She could talk that way. And I said, well, Tina, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just overweight, but I can get all my work done and I'm healthy as a horse. I just was as big as one, And I said, I don't need the products you're trying to sell me. So I blew her off. Thank God, 3 years later, she calls me back. And I'm glad she stays with me. I didn't know when she was on the phone that Chris Dole was in her office, telling her to call me again, but he did. And so, but this time, guys, I'd been eating the only thing I'd never put vitamins in my mouth. I never put anything on my mouth except I'd been eating handfuls of aspirin because I thought they were going to find me on the back 40 dead somewhere. I've been having chest pains for over a year. And so I was glad she called me. I said, Tina, yes, I want the products. I need them. And so I got a transformation pack. Back then we called it Transformation Pack C. And it was the MOA, the Rejuvenex, and the drops. And so I stuck with that. I lost 60 pounds my first 60 days. The first thing that went away was the indigestion in 3 days. I had that for all my life, and I said, well, hey, this is good. And then I lost another 25 pounds that next 60 days. That was 85 pounds. I've lost over 100 pounds and I've gotten my life back, not just health. You know, I'm like an energizing bunny. I drive my wife crazy. I mean, I want to go all the time. But now my whole family has gotten into the health thing. You just don't change your life. You change your family and everybody you're around. They see what's happening to you, and they want to be part of it. And so that's what I did. And yes, I do work out pretty often. I try to keep up with Kristen on the deal. It's up there. I did come in second. I'm gonna tell you, I'm proud of that, coming in behind her. I did beef it up just a little bit. I said, you know, I might be able to. And then I think she sort of looked, and then she kicked it in another gear. And I said, there's no way. Anyhow, so you know, 3.5 years ago, I couldn't even crawl on a treadmill. I basically could not even crawl on a treadmill. And now, you know, I'm full of life, guys. It's really amazing. I close with this. Where we're at in this company. Watching a video, if you're in the industry, Tim, he's sort of like the Ziegler of this industry, the trainer. I watched the video. Tim said his second year in network marketing, he made like close to $60,000 a month. His second year. You know, one of the reasons was the economy was going south. They had the real estate market had bottomed out. Gas prices were high. Inflation was high. We're taking it to make it. This company. They need us in health. They're going to need us for our financial, what we have to offer to help them.
All right, so last speaker of the day, you always save the best for last, but in network marketing, in any business, if I was going to go into the insurance business, I'd drive to Nashville, Tennessee, and I'd sit down with Mark Lewis and I'd find out all the pros and cons. I would not ask my broke brother-in-law, okay? If I was going to go into the real estate, as a matter of fact, every time I'm sitting around, Richard and I seem to end up on the beach sitting next together a lot lately. We always somewhere together on the beach. But first thing I ask him, I always am digging, like, what do you do? How you doing it? How can we do Florida? And he's always telling me, Florida ain't quite ready yet. To hear from somebody that has made way of $10 million. I mean, this dude is a top money earner in our industry, and he did a lot faster than I did. This guy was like $600,000 a year his third year in the industry, and that's fact. That's a fact. He flat did it, and he quit his job the first year he got involved. He is the real deal. So listen to Brent carefully about how he did it. And Brent, thanks for working sideline with us so well.
Absolutely. And people that just want to use our products, we love you and we want to support you. People that just want to make a couple of $100 a month, we love you and want to support you at that. But people want to take it and go all in and really truly make this something that is a career path and a profession. That's what we want. And one of the things I can tell you is I got into it not knowing that I wanted it to be a career path, but I fell in love with the process. And I always say, you know, when this industry hits you, when it goes from your head to your heart, like you really, when you start weeping and crying over stories, what you know is, man, you've gotten close with people. You know the color of their carpet. You know what their kids' names are. Like you've bled with them a little bit to be able to have that emotional attachment. That's what's so special about this industry. But what happened to me was started making a couple of $100 a month, stayed with the process. A lot of people ask me, how did you do it? I think you got to have three things to do this industry. You got to be willing, first of all. You got to have a want. You got to be willing to do it. You got to be coachable. I meet people every day that's not coachable. They say they're coachable, but then when it comes time, they tell me how to do it. And I'm like, well, you hadn't 2 cents, but you're going, you know, I respectfully listen and realize they're just not coachable right now. You got to be willing, you got to be coachable, but you got to be hungry. Like you got to be hungry. Like there's got to be something in you that goes, man, I want this. I want this. And when I watched my income grow to a point where I remember waving in and waving out school buses as a principal, and I was making north of $25,000 to $30,000 a month in this industry, still working a full-time job. And I remember that, and then I remembered within 6 months, it grew to $50,000 a month. And I'm like, I don't know if this is going to keep up. You know how you always kind of, I don't know if I can keep this thing going. So I went to my mentor and I said this, how do I keep it going? And he gave me the best advice. He said, Brent, you can do it all, but you better do about a half a dozen things that keeps this thing ticking. He said, and today I look up and I mean, you can go to my Instagram page and see I got like 35,000 followers on Instagram and other places. And I do a lot of things on social media and other places because it does attract an audience. But one thing you can take to the bank is I'm going to do about a half a dozen things every month that ensures that that income stream and that residual business is going to stay here. And that's what I'm going to show you today is if you're sitting here going, man, I really want to go do this. How do I do it? I'm going to try to create the most simplest path for you. Okay. And what I'll tell you is I talk about the 4 base method all the time because it's ingrained in my mind of what I've got to do. So if you're sitting here today, there's 2 type people. There's a person that's got new people in their business, and then there's somebody that don't have new people in their business. Okay. But here's the thing, the process of what I'm going to show you is for both type people. Okay. Either you got a new person to work with right now, or you don't have a new person to work with right now. Does that make sense? So here's the 4 base method, really simple. If you got a new person to work with right now, get them to make a top 10 list of positive, motivated people. Like get them to take out their phone, get them to open up their social media, get them to open up. Todd talked about a list. Like we need people to talk to, right? So a top 10 list. And then once that happens, then I tell people all the time, I got to get them to first base. I got to pique people's interest. I got to invite them. Okay. However you want to do it, but I got to invite them to what I'm doing. And as soon as I open the door to, sharing a story, piquing their interest, talking to them a little bit, connecting, then I got to get them to third-party validation. So many people in this business try to do it all by themselves. Can't do it. Me and Todd worked sideline. As soon as Todd gets somebody interested in the business, guess what he's doing? He's putting me in a 3-way text with me, him, and them. He don't need me, but he understands the power of third-party validation. Might be a 3-way call, might be a 3-way Zoom, might be a 3-way text chat. You get it? But second base is getting them to a third-party validation. Does that make sense? Y'all can interact with me. I just want to make sure you get this. And then third base is, okay, along the way, I'm following up with them. But once that third-party validation happens, that's where Todd, me, and the prospect, we're on a call, and he gets me to share my story. What's happened to me? I get my point across quick. We start to talk to him the vision of the play of how to make this thing work. And then if that ain't enough, we're going to funnel them to an event. Hey, we'd love to get you on a Zoom. Hey, we'd love to get you to Jackson, Tennessee. Right? An event. Stand up if you're a guest of somebody, maybe me or Andrew reached out to get you to this event. One. Ryan, 3. Okay, Annie, 4. There's 4 people right there. Not bragging, but I'm going to build to event. I'm going to build to a Zoom. I'm going to build to this. I'm always building to an event, which is third base. And ultimately, I know this, if I'm piquing people's interest, if I'm doing third-party validation with somebody, and if I'm getting them to an event, I'm going to enroll people, which is getting them home. But here's why it's simple to me. I know if I'm in the batter's box. When my income grew to over $50,000 a month consistently, and then I watched it grew to 60 and 70 and 80, and it was consistent, I didn't want to lose it. So I'm like, I got to do a half a dozen things that drives this thing home, and I never leave that because I've been in coaching a long time. Worst thing a coach can do is get away from the playbook, right? Gets away, that playbook gets about this big, and he looks up and he goes, God, I'm not even blocking and tackling anymore. That's why we're losing. Got to stay in the playbook. I can do it all. But I can promise you this, the ones that's doing about those half a dozen things are the ones that's making the most money in the industry. And so when I work with someone, I'm like, let's focus on the 4-base method. Let's focus on that because that's the cornerstone of this. And then a lot of time, a lot of people ask me, like, what do you do when you get a new person started? Or what do you do if you don't have any new people and you got to start over? What do you do? I say it's really simple. In the next 7 days, I'm going to make a top 10 list. I'm going to create 2 events on my calendar. I'm going to work the 4-base method, and I'm going to get that new person to gold. Or if I don't have new people, I'm going to get myself to gold all over again. There's nothing in your business that 4 new people don't change. But you got to make the decision to do it, right? So that to me is the play that's going on in my mind all the time, constantly. How many times, Buffy Wallen, come here for just a second, please. Sorry. Y'all give Buffy a hand right here. I want to tell you, come on, Buffy. So Buffy came all the way from Rogersville, Alabama, which is close to Athens, Alabama. Buffy, has anybody ever told you about the play?
Yes.
Huh? So I just want you, so Buffy Wallen, I want you to share just, okay.
We heard your story
Yeah.
forever. I didn't know what you looked like.
So I want you to share it because at the end of the day, this goes along with my presentation here, okay? Just tell them really quick what I was in your life. Did you know me? Go ahead. Yeah, tell your story. Yeah, tell your story. Because it has to do with this right here, the play, okay? The new person, okay? 0 experience in the industry, never done it before. Share your story.
The guy waved, like he just said, he was my principal. He waved at me every morning as we pulled in the buses. One day, all the kids gets off. One day he steps up on the school bus and he said, if I had a way for you to make some extra money, would you listen to me? And I said, yes, dummy, I've got triplets. That's what I do. And he walks away. You're wrong. So a couple of days later, we get together. I tell him, I said, I'm going to do this just because he's doing it. My husband said, if Brent Palmer's doing something, we're going to do it. So we signed up.
Go ahead and tell them what you told me.
I told him, I said, if you don't get, at this time was my house payment money. If you don't get me my house payment money back in the time that I'm supposed to get it back and help me, I will run you over on a school bus. But I was doing it for everybody. Like I was doing everybody that he had told about his companies to do that. But I called him about every day and I told him, I said, you better answer the phone.
So
every time I call.
So what did I tell you? So she enrolled. I'm scared to death. Just so you know. Buffy's got triplets that were all-American basketball players. Like this family, they got more state championships than it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like a movie could be created with this family. But I'm like nervous because she's the type on the school bus. Everybody thinks I employed her. No. She was like my boss. Like she'd drive up, she's like, get out of the way. Go. I'm like, come on now. So I'm hesitant to even invite her. She was on my chicken list. So I step up on the bus. I'm like, if I had some ways to make her, I got triplets, and I bounce off because I'm like, I don't know what she's going to say. So that sounded good enough for me right then. So I'm off, until a couple of days later. I go up, but let me tell you, and she's okay with me saying this, but when I was the athletic director, her 8th grade daughters, triplets, were winning a state championship, and they struggled financially. And I watched it as an athletic director. And I'm in this industry making about at that time $2,000 or $3,000 a month working this thing part-time. And I'm going, dude, you're not that good. Why are you keeping it from them? So I was scared to talk. I was scared they were going to fail. She's not a salesperson. But I'm like, I can't keep it. I got to at least tell her. She gave me her house payment money. I wanted to pay. I was like, no. I'll put it on my credit card. Like, don't do that. And she's like, she's okay if I say it. She said, I want it to be mine. I want it to be mine. Why? You tell him? Why? Huh?
No.
You want me to tell him?
You tell him.
Come on now. Because in the 10th grade, she had to quit school. And so, tough life, working it, making a living. And she wanted this to be hers. Right? Got 5 kids. I was scared to death. But I want to tell you, she got started. She didn't have a clue. What did I do? This is why, if you're sitting here going, and if I sound like I'm getting energetic, like I don't mistake my passion for Amy. Okay, I'm passionate. Because I get told all the time how to do this business. And I want to go, I know how to do it. You don't. I know what works. You don't. Some people get misled into the easier pathways. But what really matters is looking somebody in the eye and going, I'm going to partner with you. And if she's willing, coachable, and hungry, she'll do it. So what did I tell you to do? When you join, what did I tell you to do?
Have a party.
I said, we're going to put 2 events on the calendar. How did I tell you how to get them there?
Come sit down and nod.
I said, tell them to get in your house. I'll be there.
Smile.
She said, what do you want? I said, I'll be there Tuesday night. Get some people.
I went in Sunday.
So get some people. Just get some people in the seat. Okay. Did you get people in the seat?
I did.
Did you get several people to join you?
I did.
Then what did you ask me when that happened? What I do?
What I do now?
What I do next?
What
I do next? And I said, let's do the same for them. This is hard because how many of you have had life get in the way? Here's why this is a powerful story for me today. I love her more than she'll ever imagine. But she's had to restart her business. I watched this lady go on to be a 6-figure earner with her company, win a trip for her family to Disney World, make a lot of extra money, buy her own cars with the company. And then life sometimes gets in the way. But did this company ever stop paying?
No.
She's made a residual income from this company ever since she started the business, like never stopped. Now, did it drop down some? Yes. But so did her life and so did her things she was doing. But recently, what'd you say?
I'm ready to do it again.
I'm ready to go again. The power of this business is, here's why we're different. Because when you're ready, we're ready. When you're ready, we're ready. And you know what? She's still coachable. Because what I told her was, show up in Jackson, Tennessee. We're about to build this thing. Here she is. Thank you. What change? You can change the day by 2 events over the next 7 to 10 days. Sit down, make a list. Ain't got anybody new to work with? Make your own list. You got a couple of people that's energetic, get them to make a list. Get some events on the calendar. I don't like to do in-home. Okay, do Zoom. I don't care. Do some events, okay? Because it's network marketing. It's work, right? It takes effort, but then it's life-changing. That's the power. Fill the calendar with activity. I keep a calendar now. Yeah, it's mobile now, but I can show you on my calendar, like I can show you events going down. I can show you third-party validations going down. I can show you, I got calls to make today to prospects going down because it's a half a dozen things. Andrea Rosser, come here real quick. I got to be really quick. Andrea Rosser gets sometimes looked over and she's appreciated for all she does, but she's over a decade. When Andrea Rosser came into our life, over a decade, she's been working this business full-time income, homeschooling her kids. Andrea, how important is filling the calendar and getting a third-party validation, like a partner in this thing, running 2 by 2. When you need a 3-way call, you got a partner. When you need a 3-way Zoom, you got that partner that'll jump on with you. How important is that?
Well, I think that validation is what changed my business. So I came into this business from corporate America. I was used to, if I brought you in to help me with something, I had to share my paycheck with you. And I'm greedy. So I'm not bringing you in, right? Like with my old real job. And so I came into this thinking I had to do everything by myself. I wasn't going to bring anybody in. I wasn't going to partner with anyone. And then I got broken down by this coach from Alabama that said, stop it. Like, I will help you. And it took a little bit of time, but once I actually listened, it changed every aspect of my business. And, you know, some of you might be stubborn like I am, and you might be trying to do it on your own and do it on your own and do it on your own, but find somebody, partner up with them and watch as it grows.
Absolutely. And let me say this, stay up here with me. Okay. Because you got to have a partner in this, right? It's business. Like, it's just like, I can get somebody to the point, share my story, get them to the point when they're ready to go. Guess who my partner is? I get her on and go, hey, Andrea, Todd's ready to go into he's excited about, we're going to get him in NewAge Nation. We're going to get him loaded right here. I'm going to turn it to you guys. Listen, can't wait to set up those 2 events. I'm off. She's signing them up. She's great at it. Like, here's what I'm saying. Partner, run 2 by 2, because the power, you know, one of the things my mentor has always taught me is play to your strengths and hire to your weaknesses. Okay, maybe you can't hire people, but here's the thing that you can do. You can partner. You've got strengths, and then your partner's got strengths. And together, it's a force, right? And so she's really good at getting people set up, getting people plugged in, getting their information out. And so that partnership is huge.
Well, and one thing with that, they don't always know that they're about to sign up, right? So he's like, oh yeah, I'm excited to get you started. Then he gets off the phone and I'm like, okay, but what's your credit card number? I just assume, and they don't want to say no at that point. They don't want to say, wait, what? So there's power in that because I don't have the same emotional attachment. It's not my coaching buddy or whatever. I'm like, all right, let's go. You ready? Give me your credit card number and just move it right along. So there is power with that when you get somebody that's not financially connected to that enrollment, or at least it's one step removed. They don't have that same, like, if it's mine, I'm sweating a little bit, I'm shaking.
And here's the power of this. You might be listening to that and go, no, it's too pushy. Most people in our life need a 10% push. Let me tell you, I coached for a long time and I coached players that needed a 10% push. They needed me to get up in their face and go, hey, you got this. We can do this together. Hey, together we're going to win. They need that 10% push. It's okay. Because when you realize it's changing people's lives, it's no different than Kristen Doyle giving people a 10% push in the gym, right? I'm giving them a 10% push, stepping in there. I'm not saying go sick them. Once they sign up, I'm going, now we're a partner. We're a team. Let's go do this together, right? So, but at the end of the day, the calendar is filled up with this. If I'm honest, stay right. If I'm honest with myself, if I broke out a calendar for you in the month of March, is it going to have invitations on it? You've been reaching out to somebody. You've been contacting somebody. Is it going to have third-party validations where you've been on that Zoom? You've been at that party or that event or this. Like, is it going to have that? Is it going to have, or is it going to be blank? Because when I realized that the calendar was those half a dozen things that drove my empire, then I'm like, you know what? I'll never lose that. Would you lose a $50,000 a month book of business? If you grew this into a $50,000 a month book of business, would you go, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Heck no. You hold on to that like the Holy Grail, right? And so when people go, why are you doing Super Saturdays? Why are you? Because that's the and things that makes this whole deal tick. Why do you do Instagram? Because they're add-ons, right? They're add-ons that brings interest into this. But I don't stop that. I never stop that. Because this whole business, and I'm gonna get ready to be quick, but I want you to get this, okay? This whole business is about there's people, this industry, connectors and builders. Okay, when you get this piece, I did this the other day. How many of you was on the Chalk Talk on Tuesdays? You're all welcome to tune in on Tuesdays. I do a Chalk Talk session, Tuesday, 12 o'clock. Because mine and Todd Rowland's philosophy of the industry line up absolutely to a T, even before we joined this company together. But connect people, connect builders. You're all builders because you're here this morning. But here's the deal. If you get this vision, all you're doing today is you're sitting here and it looks like this. If connectors are the O's and builders are the squares, okay, all you're doing, it looks something like this. This is how, what Richard Hawkins was saying earlier. Then it goes to connectors. Then it'll tap into another builder, okay? That's our industry. You have conversations, you connect with people, and connectors bring you to what? Connectors lead you to builders. Connectors lead you to builders. So here's what connectors are. Connectors are this right here. It's sitting down with somebody at the coffee shop. Where Brian, I'm going to use Brian for an example because he's been to my office. Me and him's talked about the business, and he's not in the business. But to Brian, it might be weird that Brent Palmer is at a coffee shop or in that living room with Buffy Wallen the other night on the right. To him, he might be going, "Ah, that's weird." To me, it's just those half a dozen things that drives me $1 million business. right? Because what happens is the other night, we enrolled Keith Montgomery right here. Okay? Keith Montgomery. Yes. So Keith Montgomery, I don't know if he's going to be a builder or just a connector, but guess what Keith Montgomery now is going to do? He's got an event on the calendar for guess what? This Monday night. Because I'm going to let that connector bridge me to an event. If he's willing, coachable, and hungry, he'll do what? He'll put an event on the calendar. If he's not willing, coachable, and hungry, guess what he won't do? Put an event on the calendar. He'll make up 75 different excuses. It's okay. I'm going to love him, appreciate him, right? Give him other alternatives. Well, we could do a Zoom. Can't do a Zoom. We do this. Can't do that. You know, you got to hear the windows of what people are, you know, you're going to find out if they're willing and coachable and if they're hungry enough. But I'm going to let him connect me. He might connect us to another person that connects us to another person. But if we connect to enough people, guess what? A Jerry and Allison is going to show up in our business. Builder. It's right here. Here's Jerry and Allison right here. They show up in the business. Did I have anything to do with it? No. I just kept my weekly meeting going. I just kept adding an event on the calendar, adding a one-on-one on the calendar, getting on a Zoom. The connections lead you to a builder. And when a builder appears, what it looks like. When a builder appears, an organization gets created. How does it get created? Because they're a builder. It's not because Richard Hawkins just got really good. Anointing. You connect, and a builder will show up. When a builder shows up, how do you know it looks different? It's like sifting and sorting for gold. How do you know it looks different? Because it just looks different than dirt, right? A builder looks different because they create that. What does that look like? Looks like this. That's what it looks like. Instead of one-on-ones, now you start to see 150 people in a home. You start to see that builder took a business all the way to Europe and created an explosion. You see a builder that's got people jumping up and down. You got a whole event center in Texas right here of thousands of people, right? Richard didn't know that was going to happen. Somebody showed up and made a building that happen in an. So here's the power of that. In our business model, in NewAge, all we've got to do is fill the calendar, run the play, make sure what's on the calendar. Come on, it's an 8-year-old can do that. What's on the calendar, Jerry? Events are on calendar. What else is on the calendar? Inviting. If I don't every day. Change might change. Technology might change it a little. Put out a post. I invite. They go on I compete with calendar. If my calendar's empty, Jack, I ain't doing a half a dozen things to make this thing grow. And I'm jeopardizing my $1 million income. And I can promise that guy that owns a tire store down the road, he wouldn't jeopardize his income or hers. No. Compete with the calendar. And as you connect with people and then you don't decide who the builder is. But when our company, this guy, Do we buy? Guys, really simple. You a new person here. I believe in action items before. Okay, either you hired to do something or you didn't. Our goal is to get them to do at least, and then we want to help. What does Ford out? Okay. New people, 2 months in the business, they're locked in for a while. Now I got a chance to help those. Okay. Next. I would tell was in the morning, $12,000. $3,000 over a 6-month period, somebody helping me attain that? Was that a big deal for a coach? Absolutely. Heck yeah, it was. And then the company's going to show me in Utah, yeah, we're going to have fun. Yeah, we're going to do things. But the whole goal of the Utah experience is to teach how to optimize an income position. Okay? They're going to take us through why that's so important to generate over time 13,334 in 2 lines. I live it every day, every month, every week. Here's what it does for me. Optimizing an income position. This right here that you see up here. Think about it. In base pay, it's at least, base pay is $2,000. Match pay, I say equal to or greater than, but let's just say match pay is 1,000. Let's just go low end, 1,000. Let's go income position bonus. Let's just say it's 400. Okay. Give me another one.
You're gonna go for savings.
Savings, let's say is 300. Okay. Possible pay line. Here's the thing. That's $2,700 right there. It's more than $2,700. $3,700. Sorry, $3,700. Okay, football coach. Here's my point. Here's my point. $3,700. You start optimizing every week, it's $3,700 at least times 4. Okay. Here's the thing. Optimizing an income position steps you into a healthy residual 6-figure a year income. And here's people understand residual income. People are making $1 million a year, but can they make it year over year over year? Saturday morning and just subscribe on take to that optimum. That power in this industry. That's what way deciding how long I want to stay on vacation, deciding the benevolence in my church I want to give, like, because you know the next month it's there again, and the next month it's there again. There's sales and then there's residual. Okay? The reason we're so passionate about the watermelon talk, which was masterful, is because this business, the art of this business on the residual side is taking those seeds and doing what you need to do to move them along to blossom, right? And it's this right here. It's taking a calendar and going, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And I'm not going to venture away from that. I can get good at this over here. I can add this to it. I can bring a tool on that can help aid my income, but I'm not leaving this. This is the cornerstone of this industry. And so as I close today, here's what I'll tell you. When you leave, I want you to just think about this. For you, to put, let's create a new list. I'm going to create my own list. I'm going to start working the 4 bases. I'm going to invite people. I'm going to do third-party validation, and I'm going to funnel them to the events if I have to, if I don't enroll them before then. And then as I start to bring in new people, I'm going to grab them by the arm and I'm going to show them the play. How do I know if they're not ready to go? They got to be willing and coachable and hungry. If they're not yet, love on them where they're at. Love on them where they're at and move on to the next person. Continuing to love them and accept them where they're at. Does that make sense? As we got a powerful tool here, Coach. Yeah, we got a powerful tool here with this company. And the reason we do this sideline to each other is because, like you said earlier, there's power in supporting each other. There's power in teamwork. And when you can see people like this coming together, birds of a feather flock together, we've got something going in to these Super Saturdays that is going to be special. We've seen the video played before. We've seen the movie played before. And we're seeing it played again right here with NewAge. So thanks, Coach.
5 minutes about my work. What Brent just said, I've got, this is the most, this, you just gotta hear what I'm about to say. It is, so in the last 6 months, from total scratch, from zero, I've optimized 2 more legs. Doing exactly what Brent just said. I could have done it wide, it would have been more money, but I wanted to help some people out, so I did an income position under Ken Bailey. But my income position, I had to build 2 legs. This would have been, I don't chase titles. I chase, I don't care what title you are. I want to know what you make every Friday. That's all that matters to me. What's your residual income every Friday? Not what you make one time to get a title. Show me what you make. So exactly what he just said. Anybody know? You can't say this. Anybody know who Gracie is? You do. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Chris. Okay. I sponsored a lady named Gracie right there. I sponsored a guy named Rick right here. You don't know either one because they were only connectors for me. Gracie connected me to a guy named Jerry. Jerry eventually connected me to a girl named Kim, who connected me to Sonia, who connected me to Lorraine, and now David Daltrey. All these people, when I met them, were only connectors. I showed the presentation to every one of them. They didn't get, nobody signed them up. Todd signed them up. Kim set the appointment for me to go meet David Daltrey at a barbecue restaurant. Kim set the, well, she signed up Sonia at a Christian retreat and said, Todd, I just signed up some rich lady in Huntsville. You got to go take care of her. So I drove up to Huntsville and told her she was actually in a business. So I built Sonia, I built David, I built Lorraine. They've now become builders on their own. Like they do their own thing now. But so this is that leg. Over here, I was having to personally recruit a lot on this leg. So I recruited a guy named Big John.
But I put this girl right here in. She's a family member. She's only a connector. She's been in my business now for the whole 3 years since I've been building these 2 legs. She couldn't tell you what she does, could she? But she is a heck of a connector. Like with every one of these people, what did I tell them? I said, set the appointment. Let's do a living room party. Let's start a weekly meeting in your town. That's how all these people came. And that leg now optimizes 13,334 every week for me. Never not optimizes.
Will you repeat that sentence, what you just said, the last thing that came out of your
Yeah.
mouth?
So if you call Kim Gray today and she says, what does Todd Rowland want for you? I tell her, she calls and tells about all these people she's talked to them. I said, when you put me in front of them, that's all I care about. So every one of these people with Kim Gray Jared and Kim knew to do 2 things with me. Put me in front of somebody. I'll buy their lunch. I want to do a 2-on-1 or I'll go do the presentation without you. They were doing both of these. She was doing a little living room meeting and it was at her CPA office. So she was a secretary there. And Jerry was doing a little weekly meeting in a town called Brent, Alabama. So I was running both of these meetings for them. And that started growing this leg out, which optimizes weekly. And I did it in 36 months from scratch. Not Ken Bailey, not Chris Dole. These are all non-networkers. While everybody else is running around doing other crazy stuff. Over here, I personally sponsored Vanessa, sponsored John. Every time I told Vanessa and John, I said, what do you want me to do? Mark knows this is the truth. I said, I'm coming every week. I drive from Florida to Nashville. I said, you're putting me in front of people all day and we're doing a weekly meeting that night. And that's exactly what we did. And that went on. We kept signing people up. They were all just trash. But finally, Big John took me to see a banker named
Sherwood.
Who was it?
Sherwood.
Shell. I couldn't remember because she only did 1 meeting. Got her signed, I met her at 6:30 in the morning before she went to work, signed her up on a 2-on-1 before I went back to Florida. Next trip up there, Shell says, I got somebody. We're going to meet him at the Drury Inn in Franklin, Tennessee. So the Drury Inn meeting was Mark and Beth. They were builders from day one. Mark says, I want to do this at my office. So what did we do? A weekly meeting at their office. And we did it every week and it blew their business up. And here's what I'll show you. Vanessa had Mark over here. So she had this big power leg. She's making $100, $150 a week. Over here, about 18 months later, Vanessa, I was actually in Huntsville headed toward Nashville. And she calls me up and says, hey, I talked to Allison in Mississippi. She says she wants to lose some weight. I said, you set the appointment. I'll go see her tomorrow morning. So I drove from Huntsville to North Mississippi en route to Nashville. Did I not? Met them at 7 a.m. at his business. Showed them the presentation. She only wanted to lose weight, but I'll always show the business. Signed them up on Vanessa's other side. Okay, that was exactly a year ago, 14 months ago. So I'm the builder. I can't tell you how many people are making money all over the place that don't do anything, but I'll tell you about this girl. Her husband, in this process I just told you, developed a terminal illness. He died about 6 months ago. So she's been taken completely out of it. I'm the builder. She followed the plan. She put me in front of people. She did the meetings. She set the appointment up for me to go see them. And they're here. And Mark and Beth are there. I talked to her a couple days ago. She's actually in Florida when I get there. But she's making now between about $400 and $700. $700 would be a top week, but $400 a week for about her average week now. She ain't done anything. And she had already quit working when she put me in front of them. She had already was having to deal with her husband. So I'm the builder, and I got this girl right now, and they gonna optimize her. So I got a girl that did nothing but follow what Brent Palmer just laid out to you. And in about 24 more months, that girl right there is gonna be making about $150,000 a year because I got me a builder on one side of her, and I got me a builder on the other side of her. And for me, for some stuff up here that Rick got me to, which they were all on Zoom today and up in Greenville, South Carolina. But Rick, now that leg for me optimizes every week. There's no magic. I ain't buying nothing from nobody. I ain't shortcutting it. I'm just saying, put me in front of people. I don't care if you work it or not. Like some of these people, never did anything but pick up the phone, sell her own weight loss. I did the driving, I did the meeting, I did it all. So it doesn't matter which one of those people you are. Everybody in here is connected to somebody that'll go do all the work. You just got to be a connector. And if you want to if you want to be the $1 million story, like if Melody or Kristen or Mark or Richard, like how do you go from making money to getting rich? You just start doing what Brent and I do. You become the one that goes and does it for everybody. That's when it changes. You can get to $10,000 a month. being a connector. I'm gonna get her to 10,000 a month for connector. But if she wants to go make $1 million a year, she just go starts helping her people on herself. That's the only thing there is ever to it. Okay, Kristen, tell us what we're doing.
Well, I guess that's it. Well, we're about to be done and we're gonna go from here to Hub City Brewery. Kendria, who's on Hot Chocolate's team, also is a caterer and she should have everything laid out already. So just go and get place, have a good time, ask questions, and
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for joining us on Zoom.